Hello and welcome to Tales of the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World. Here on the Temple Tankard YouTube servers, YouTube channels, and Discord servers. That's the one. Hey, we are picking up left here, and we have a full crew tonight. Yay, everyone's here. Um, we have a new character has joined the party as of last week. The first thing, characters went ahead and cleansed the coin of chains, the one held by Nico Vol, banishing the chain devil back to his infernal home, essentially. After a pretty nasty little fight. Um, in the process, shortly after that, Sora said it was time for her to depart. She is very getting to the point where fighting is not really an option for her. The physical activity is a little too much, and armor is not quite fitting very well anymore. And so, with the help of Lucas, opening up the teleportation circle, was able to head back to Agiris to go be with Strolix and his family, and to focus on a new stage of her life.
Mhm.
In the aftermath, um, the Goliath fighter that had been part of the battle earlier, Athena, had offered to join up with the party there and help take down giants and kick butt and everything else. And in the time after kind of recuperating and dealing with that, it was decided to head down to the Hill Giant war camp to the south of where they had fought already and dispatched Nico Vol. The party was able to go down and, with the help of the Sky Elves and the Cloud Giant to Corolla, they were able to go and ambush the unsuspecting hill giants there and all the forces, um, using the Cloud Giant and the Sky Elves as distractions and dividing up the forces and cutting off part of the battlefield. They were able to focus on the northern part there and dispatch the ogre mages and a bunch of the hill giants and ogres before they finally threw down their arms and surrendered. And that's where we're picking up pretty much right there as you determine what you're going to do with these prisoners. As the Sky Elves have gathered together, the bodies are sort of being dragged and pulled where they need to go, mostly by Corolla, because it's very easy for him to just drag the hill giants around. And sort of making potential pyres for the corpses so that they cannot be brought back. But we are going to jump over to that map as you can see that. Move on down to here. Um, we have. Let me get everyone over there real quick. There we go. Should be there now. Yeah, excellent. And yes, pretty much over on the right side of the map here, we see all of the hill giants and ogres that were left. Not many, very at all. The aftermath of lightning bolts and scorched areas and um, piles of bodies that have been dragged up here. The mostly ogre mages up here, and the ogre archmage here, who is still unconscious, dragged around over here, where all the hill giants, some of which are battered and bruised and burned, and um, still pulling out arrows from their thick hides. But they are all sort of sheepishly looking around, and some of them, as stated before, about half the hill giants here, just dejectedly looking down at the ground. The others looking on a little more defiance and a little more spirited, but the other ones definitely not willing to fight any longer. Those of you who are looking at them over there, the ogres, they just do what they're told. They're not very bright, and they go where the bigger ones tell them to go. But with that, kind of bring Corolla will sort of move over here as he does stand about a good 20 or so feet tall, as opposed to the hill giants all being about 14 feet, 12 to 14 feet tall. Standing well over top of them. What it is you'd like to do with these folks?
I guess it's really up to them, isn't it? Like, some of them have been revived a bunches of times and just don't want to be revived anymore, right?
It seems to be the case with a few of them. Yes.
Or maybe
I
we
mean,
can take them somewhere.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but where?
maybe Lucas can open a teleportation circle and we can just send them somewhere where they'll be able to live peacefully and without having to go through this. Let's talk to them. Let's see what they want.
Yep.
oops, you're already out there on the board game bar.
I saw that afterwards. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of rearranged everybody in weeks as all the sort of spells effects have kind of worn off and everything that was kind of standing there has kind of stopped working and everything else. The Archmage is still unconscious at this point. You can try to wake him if you want to speak to him. The hill giants are sort of like they'll all sort of like kind of gravitate toward the ones on the left being more the ones who are more dejected and obviously don't want to continue. But realizing that they're completely outnumbered and not going to be able to withstand all the fight. And the ogre's just kind of mulling around, looking at them, looking at you, kind of growling and snarling occasionally and kind of grumbling a little bit, but they're just sort of standing around, taking their orders, at least, or lack thereof, from the giants. Asking them what they want. The ones on the right kind of just glare and won't respond. The ones on the left don't want to fight anymore. Had enough. They don't want to kind of look back over their shoulder at the corpses of their friends. It's just been too much. Don't want any more. And one of the ones in the back is a little bit. He's kind of staring at the ground. I want to go home. Want family. Wait.
Where is home?
The steppes. The south. Farm.
Then do that. Can't you just do that?
Well, how do you get into the war in the first place?
Recruited. Forced to fight.
Mm.
Forced by who?
By the chief. By the those that come and take fighters.
By the mages?
Oh, well, they are there. The words are kind of hard, but because these guys are not smart either. But effectively, the gist of it comes out to like press gangs show up. You're like a dozen or so hill giants say, "You're going to fight. Come with us." They take you off to go start fighting. They're not really given a choice. They're just forcefully recruited into fighting. They're not given the option of not fighting.
That's rough.
Another one kind of woke up at war camp and given club said fight. So fight. Last thing, remember, drink and party and then fighting.
It seems to me like you're fighting the wrong people, though. You're fighting the people who you're told to fight instead of fighting the ones who are making you fight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fight For fight with kind against not kind.
Well, fight with us for your freedom. Then you can go back to the steppes and these guys won't bother you anymore.
Don't fight kind. I kind of look confused at that. Like, you want me to fight other hill giants? No. That's not really an option either.
Then go home and refuse to fight. Say no.
That's not choice.
What
Of course it's
happens
a choice.
if you refuse to fight?
Beaten and unconscious and taken back to where you must fight more.
So they don't have any problem fighting their kind, your kind.
No,
They don't have a problem with that.
Not fight to kill, fight to take.
Just fight back then. Don't fight to kill. Fight to be free. Fight to go home.
It was the one was like the first talk there. It was 12-on-1. Can't fight that many. A press gang showed up and just beat him up and dragged him back to camp, and then said, "Fight."
Well, then we need to find the press gang, don't we? We need to just get rid of them.
Yeah. Is there? Go ahead.
Not just give me one press gang, is there? There's going to be lots of. It's not like just one press gang going round getting everybody.
Is there a camp or something that we have set up where we can take prisoners?
No.
Polis will actually step forward. We could take them. We could take them back to some place and put them to work, or they may not fight for us, but they will at least stop fighting against us. And Kerala will kind of stand there, just nod. We can take them away, yes. They don't have to continue fighting.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Just keep them out of the way until this is over, and then.
So, the ones on the right, however, are still kind of like glaring and looking around, glaring off at Paulus, and this little ogre will start to like edge forward, and Paulus just sort of like puts a little spark up into his face there, just to flinches back a little bit. I'm gonna be a little bit more wary and keep an eye on them, but
why not to just let them leave? They're not gonna.
Because they'll just come back into the war fighting again once they get caught.
Mm-hmm. He's just going to get sent back over and over and brought back to life every time they die. So we need to get rid of these mages. I don't know what to do with this guy, because if wherever they go, if that guy goes with him, all he's got to do is open a teleportation portal and send them back to where they were before. So we're going to have to do something else with him. I don't even know what. But he's not going to be able to know where they've gone. They're going to have to leave before he wakes up.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a good plan.
well, so send them packing and stop him from doing anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I don't mind saying to the giants and the ogres, we don't want to fight either. We're only here to stop the fighting. We don't want to hurt any of you guys, but I mean, if you can be peaceful, then it's all over and the fighting will end.
How long have these wars been going on?
What's that?
How long have these wars been going on?
I mean, probably about 5-6 months. It hasn't been this
Okay.
forever. I mean, there's from what you know, being from this region here, the hill giants are always sort of like hustling and messing with things, and they're always been a problem, but they never been organized and
Right.
an actual army before this.
I was worried, like,
yeah.
even 5 or 6 months has been a long time for a war.
Well, again, it wasn't all like war. It's more like things sort of building up slowly, skirmishes happening, things kind of getting more organized, more deadly, more of a problem. And then yeah, it's like it's been building slowly and steadily. Those small scale skirmishes, I mean, you're talking about maybe a dozen or so attackers messing with a village someplace, or throwing rocks into a trade post somewhere and being annoying, and then eventually they start growing, amassing more and more. Polis will tell you the fighting up in this region has only been going on for a couple of months. I mean, it just sort of steadily, these ones here, and he kind of gestures around here, have been sort of a thorn, preventing us from moving south, but they couldn't really go north either. So we have to make sure that this region was secure. But now, at least, we know that they have their main force here has been dealt with.
I think get these guys who don't want to fight out of here. We wake up this butt munch here and figure out where his boss is. And if his boss was the Chain Devil, well, we already took care of him.
Effectively, kind of the Coralla will kind of corral these guys over here. The ogres will defer to the bigger, stronger one, obviously. And they'll all sort of like kind of amass these guys over here. These three are just like, you let us go then. We can leave.
Yeah.
They kind of drop their clubs and just start wandering off, kind of stepping over and around bodies, and if no one harasses them, they will just wander away.
Mm-hmm.
You awake the ogre mage here. He will kind of look around wild-eyed and just sort of like begin to start trying to cast something, and then stop as he realizes he's completely surrounded and has no allies. You have been rather difficult to deal with. I've heard reports of you. Kind of looking at the rest of you, at the group of you. Yeah. Is he tied up or anything else? That he didn't specify, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as he goes to try to cast, he realizes he's bound and he can't do anything. It doesn't have an arcane focus anymore. So, okay. Looking around, he's pretty beat up. I mean, he got scorched and burned quite a bit. So most of his scraggly black hair is burned, his robes are scorched, and everything else. That, and just sort of like, well, what do you want? You could have just killed me. What is it?
Who's your boss?
Is Amethyst reading his mind at this point?
Yeah, can do. Yeah. Can cast that thought.
Okay. So he starts to say, like, are you trying to dive deep or just kind of read surface thoughts for now?
Surface thoughts for now until they start asking the probing questions.
Okay. Alrighty. So he will sort of look around, kind of glaring at all of you, and have many leaders. Although you will, you will, even surface thoughts, you will get the image of a large, two-headed giant.
That's him.
Yep, Benetton. Doesn't say the name specifically, but you know who he's talking about because you've heard the names before. I led this group. We report. We report to Rosra. She dispatched us here to harass and delay any potential reinforcements. Kind of glares at the big giant over there, and kind of glances over at the sky elf, kind of standing here with his sword in his hand, kind of just nonchalantly, like standing aside there. He'll back away a little bit, just kind of stand over here to keep an eye on things.
Good question.
Far to the south, at the steading Fob's fortress.
What is her camp? What does her camp look like? Like how many people are there? What sort of defenses do you have?
It is a fortress. It has many, many. Those that are not fighting, or those that have returned from fighting, are there to defend and to keep anyone from harassing the leaders. It's a little. It doesn't go into like specific defenses or anything else like that. But Amethyst, you get a image similar to what you saw before of kind of this hillside, kind of low fortress.
Sorry, that was for nonsense.
Okay, no worries. It looks, the vision looks a little like this one here. With the image of my mind, kind of a.
Yeah, we've seen that before,
Yeah.
haven't we?
Yep, you have.
Yeah.
And again, it's hard to tell scale. However, you will see, in the image that this building here, that little this gateway here, kind of in between this building, is actually taller than a hill giant.
Right. Okay.
So these palisades here, these palisades here are probably about 15 to 20 feet tall. So this whole structure is probably about 40 feet tall. So yeah, that's kind of what image you get there. And he's not going to describe the whole thing. It's just a matter of I mean, you get the point. Those of you with the insight, and Amethyst, you got to pick up there. He has no idea how many people are there, because again, it's a fortress and people come and go, and they're sending people out to fight and bringing people back from fighting, and so it seems to be in flux all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Ask him where he was opening the teleportation circle to.
You asking?
Oh, well, that's what I mean. I'm
Yeah.
asking him.
Yeah. It to the fitting to our headquarters, if you want to call it that.
Why? Were you looking for reinforcements, or were you?
Retreat, yes.
Run off.
Run away.
As survivors could gather and live to fight another time. Now, they don't know what happened to us. And Amethyst, he's lying.
Okay.
After the teleportation circle failed, he did do ascending.
Okay. I will obviously reiterate that to everybody else and say he's
Sure.
lying.
I mean, you can't get a detailed report anyway, but yes, it was the teleportation circle failed. He tried to do ascending instead, and it was able to get something off there.
Okay. Is he willing to take us to the headquarters?
No.
Okay.
Never. I will not betray those in charge.
Could in my brain, could you go deeper and see if he's like envisioning it or something?
Well, the other question is we could go deeper and you could pull the image and through little illusion things, give Lucas the image, and then we have the teleportation that way as well.
Be a little tricky, but okay. But this first off, let me make his wisdom saving throw because you start pushing deeper in there.
Okay.
Okay. He will try to save against that. It'll be wisdom saving throw, but
Well, is she willing to do that, Amethyst? I don't want to like just assume that your character's doing that.
Yeah, I can.
okay. So you push in. He does not save because he rolled like crap. Double twos. All right. So he sort of like blinks for a moment there, and then and you push further into his mind and start to see a little bit more of details of like the Etten and the other people around there. You will see a chamber, a kind of like an infirmary. Let me just kind of there's beds, there's obviously bodies of hill giants lying in those beds, and there's very comparatively short individual humans likely moving among them, casting spells over them. You will then see a chamber with a circle on the ground. As you kind of delve in there, you realize you're seeing the receiving end of the teleportation circle.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
here.
it's a permanent one.
That one seems to be yes.
Yeah.
You will see him kind of those little flashing to when he was casting the circle. And give me a charisma check, Amethyst. See how clear you can make this image.
You've got a high charisma, right?
And then Lucas, give
I mean,
me
it's okay.
give me an Arcana check. So, Lucas, Amethyst sort of like gives a very, very clear image of not only the receiving end of the circle, but this circle he was casting. You kind of focus in on that image, and with your good, impressive Arcana knowledge there, believe that you can actually latch on to that location. There's a chance it could fail, but you have a pretty solid image of the runic circle and the coordinates and everything else needed for that.
Yeah.
So excellent. So the image, other images you'll see, there actually seems to be the image where the circle is, the image where the infirmary is, where the hill giants are lying in the beds, and the humans are tending to them. Amethyst, you realize it's underground. Very, very carved out hallways and rooms, through almost what looks to be almost solid stone. There's some supports everywhere, but it definitely is underground.
Is only Amethyst seeing this?
I mean, whatever this kind of wants to project out to the rest of you,
Mhm.
it's mostly
Okay.
just describing it at this point there. But
Okay. Okay.
I'm seeing it in his thoughts.
yeah, so yeah, just sort of definitely like stone walls, carved out. They're obviously large enough for giants to walk through. So it's not like these are small, tight spaces. But there definitely seems to be underground.
Okay.
Hard to piece together where this is coming from or anything else. It's although
Is that it's still in that same complex? In that?
that's the part it's hard to be sure of.
Okay.
Let me see here. With that natural 20 on that charisma check there, you're kind of just diving through his thoughts, picking things out there. You will see that there is a stairwell, a large stairwell that comes from what appears to be a surface dwelling. So you kind of rewind his thoughts a little bit there, going back up a staircase into a place with more wooden walls and more like wood and mud plastered type walls and everything else. Large, like taller ceilings, kind of moving through what appears to be a surface structure of some kind. So yes, this appears to be below the stronghold.
Okay.
Almost like a dungeon layer, if you want to call it
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Mm.
Again, seeing giants walking up and down these hallways, 15 to 20 foot ceilings for the most part, wide spaced. These are not narrow hallways either. They're able to walk almost two across if they want there. So you realize this is a pretty massive structure. Kind of leading a bit more to realize it's similar to the image you saw from the outside. So, anything else you want to delve in through his mind? Anything else you want to look for in his memories?
I want to ask him, if we let you go, what are you going to do? Where are you going to go?
Will return to my teacher.
The teacher?
They are the ones who trained me.
Oh, your Etienne friends.
They
Elgar and
are-
Olgru?
No.
Kind of narrows his eyes.
Yes.
What do you mean no? Why did you say no?
It was
They learned from teachers, from the one they call father.
Corwin. They learned from Corwin.
God.
Teachers supplied by Corwin.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact,
Well, the teacher is the Etienne. Isn't it?
So in piecing it together, yes, he refers to the Etten as teacher. The Etten speaks of father.
I was gonna say, isn't he Corwin's son or something like that?
Like, he calls him father. He's definitely not related. No. Essentially, what you picked up from a little bit from the conversation you had with him, Corwin was the one who supplied teachers for the Etten. So he can learn magic and everything. So, yes, gave him the knowledge that he has essentially. Yes, he would fully intend to, as soon as he could, use a teleportation circle and go home and speak with and report in.
Mm-mm. That's not going to happen. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the only reason I asked him that is because I wanted to make sure that he was going to say that and not, I'm going to go home to my wife and kids,
Yeah.
because if he said that, then obviously I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure, and as I've just said in the chat, This is war. We can't let him live. I don't think that we can. I think that
Um,
we need to be careful with this.
Amethyst, you will see throughout the conversation, you will pick up images, a lot of the anger he has and a lot of the hatred he has, and you will notice he's looking at Lucas, and you realize he's not looking at Lucas. He's looking at the bodies of the man of the ogre mages behind Lucas, as they were all the ones that were under his command, probably the ones that he may have trained. Um, So you get the idea that this guy, and you will pick up images fleeting in his mind, since you are pretty deep into his memories of him learning from Elgar and Olgru, and then teaching these ogre mages over here how to cast spell, how to do things, as they are the more intelligent of their
Mhm.
kind. All of the spellcaster ogre mages there have quite a higher degree of intelligence than the rest of the ogres around, and
Yeah.
the giants as well.
How many more mages are there?
I
How
mean,
many? How
I-
many total? I'm asking him.
yeah, he's I mean,
Those are the ones I taught.
Okay.
There are many more. I don't know how many exactly. They don't all live at the setting. Some train in the camps, some train at other places.
Hmm. So he doesn't know how many.
I mean, you get the impression of dozens. You don't know an
Mhm.
exact number, but yeah, I mean, he had 5 with him here. You fought uh 2, well, an archmage and a regular mage at the other war camp. The first camp you fought 1 ogre mage who wasn't that powerful. So again, you're not seeing a ton of them around. You met a total of, including him, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 so far. And these are smaller skirmish forces. You would assume that the larger forces have more. This is a second archmage you've seen, essentially.
How many more of his level are left?
I don't know because I've been here, so there were 9 of us. I assume some have been lost.
With the death of the chained one, will your forces leave?
What forces?
Because it looks around there at the ones who have kind of surrendered or are standing around the giant over here, and the other ones that are gone. He kind of looks around there.
We have no forces left here.
Hmm.
I assume you do, Grim. I believe you took it with you. There was a little stone disc there that was used for communication. You don't see that he has anything like that on his person. Effectively, I mean, Amethyst knows that he did cast sending, so he could do something similar just in terms of communication in, but didn't have like that kind of a disc with him for that kind of level of communication, at least.
Mhm. So,
Okay.
who wants to do the dirty deed?
Me.
Oh, because I'm gonna like just wander off and go and have a chat with Elia.
He's only got like he's essentially 1 solid hit and he's down. He was unconscious.
I know.
Basically, yeah, he's
I know.
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
he's effectively at 1 hit point.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit him.
So,
I'm just gonna
Um,
punch him.
Okay.
Why waste it? Just punch him.
I'm also gonna just say to him, like, if you'd said you wanted to go home, then we would have let you go, but we don't have a choice here.
I didn't say to roll, but thanks for rolling the 1. That's great.
I didn't mean
Wow.
to, Jim. I'm sorry. I
It's
was
okay.
trying to move my computer.
Gotcha. No worries. Yeah, I mean, 'cause, yeah, he's you would have advantage because he's bound and on his essentially on his knees roughly, and so yeah, just yeah,
All
you
the
just
characters that have unarmed strike. Do you really think I'd be hitting with an unarmed strike?
true, yes. So you just the axe comes out and
Mhm.
off goes the head. He will collapse to the ground. One of the ogres over here starts to kind of move toward him a little bit and then backs off, looking very like not so much intimidated as sort of like resigned to his fate. Like Coralla will sort of like speak to them in giant of like,
You will come with us.
and they will sort of wander off this way. He will say,
Wait for me over there.
tells them to kind of move over here, and they all kind of head off that direction there. He'll look back to you.
You have a long way to travel, do you not?
We do.
Mm-hmm.
I can help with that if you are willing.
Oh,
It is a magic called wind walk. You can travel long distances and be virtually unseen and undetectable.
And we have a rock.
yeah.
Unless you start spending spell slots in or hit dice there, it's going to be 5 more days before it's ready to use again.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And I'll say, Windwalk actually is faster. Not by a lot, but it is faster. The rock can move 120 feet around, 240 a turn. Windwalk lets you move 300. So it would be Windwalk is
That's
faster.
nice.
And effectively, yes, you cannot be your gaseous form while you're windwalking, and you don't have to essentially you can just your gaseous form virtually invisible, and
Mm-hmm.
you just move for 8 hours at that
Can
kind
we
of
look the mage first?
he doesn't have a lot in terms of gear or anything else like that. He was fairly you will find a lot of trinkets and things. He seemed to be very much a person who took a lot of little like finger bones and small skulls and kind of wove it into like braided cords and stuff and kind of wore it off things, and kind of his long hair had lots of little like bone trinkets through it and everything else.
If nobody minds, I want all of those for my belt.
I mean, some of them are skulls.
They're
Like,
burning. They're burning because the Goliath threw the head in the fire.
Yeah,
Okay.
I picked up its head and I did put it in the
Like I
fire.
said,
As
he's wearing. He has like things on his body too. Like he's wearing
Mhm.
things there. So yes, you'd have. It's a lot of bone trinkets essentially woven with cord, and yes, the ones on his hair are probably going to be burned up in a fire, but the rest on his person, yes.
Yeah, I don't want any of
Ever say
that.
all bones? There's nothing shiny.
Not really. He didn't do metallic things for the most part there. He kept kind of more natural looking things for the most part. He did have a effectively what would be considered a wand. It is a large twisted metal rod of kind of a blackened steel of some kind. It's roughly about maybe a foot and a half long, kind of this twisted metal. And it does have a small skull on the end of it there, but that skull actually is dipped in silver.
Didn't we have
Molten
something
silver.
like that we picked up before from one of the others?
Yeah, it's similar in style. It's essentially a sort of it's their arcane focus essentially.
Okay.
The The ogre mages have something similar, but they're very plain, just like metal rods they use for their arcane focus. Kind of darkened. I think like they almost have that look of like a fire poker kind of thing. That sort of like that sort of a black steel kind of thing. But the archmage is a little more elaborate and had the silver skull on the end of it. Seemed to be some sort of a it's not a person's skull, some sort of an animal skull, maybe some sort of a large rodent or a large maybe a dog of some kind. Hard to tell. So it's like there's just it's roughly yay big, so size of a softball or so.
Okay.
Other than that, yeah, he didn't have he didn't have much in the way of items that he kept on him or anything else. You will find, because they've been fighting a war for a while,
What was
there
his
will
arcane
be
focus?
a wand, essentially a metal wand.
Do we have that one?
That's what we just talked about. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they all have something similar. The ones up here, there was much less elaborate. They were sort of plain metal rods that had, like things, like some sort of like runic type things inscribed on them.
Okay.
It'd be a good collection to hand over to the Atin and say, here's what's left of your mages, bitch. I like the idea of that. I know it's naughty, but
Remember, you take it.
All of their wands are because they're blackened already because of the way it's there, but they've been a bit scorched, because of fireballs they took. I think they all took like 3 fireballs each. So, okay, so so Polist and Corolla and the Sky Elves there are willing to take these guys kind of away with them. Corolla will kind of hang back there if you want to use, if you do want to use the wind walk, or you can try to expend some resources to get the rock to recharge faster, or some combination thereof.
This is
we can use Windwalk, can't
Windwalk, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me pull up real quick here so I can make sure I have the right details for that.
We get to fly, y'all.
Yep.
Really fast.
Or we could just use a teleportation circle and go straight in.
Sure. That is potential.
Well, I think after you use Windwalk, when you come out of it, doesn't it have a negative? You're incapacitated for a minute, aren't you? So
yeah. Well,
it's not a good idea to be amongst enemies when you come out of it.
Yes. So he will warn you of that. That yes, after you're done with the wind walk there, you can dismiss it. It takes about a minute to recover from the effect of it. So yes. You can choose to essentially it does last for 8 hours. You can choose to leave wind form, essentially cloud form, and then regain cloud form if it's still within the 8 hours. You can kind of come in and out of it there. It takes 1 minute to transform back and forth, essentially.
Mm.
That is handy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You can. If you have a fly speed of 300 feet and resistant to damage from non-magical weapons. Also, since you're in cloud form and appearing with some clouds, you're not going to be recognizable as people, essentially, while you're in this form. So, if there's something else you'd like to do beforehand, you can.
We get a rest because I need to recharge some stuff and get some health back.
Do we need to rest? Spellcasters?
Use quite a few high level spells, isn't it?
At least a short rest.
Up to you. I mean, They will wander off, leaving you guys here. I'm assuming like before you're gonna burn the bodies and gather them up and form some pyres and
Mm-hmm.
make some.
I've only used up 3 third level spells, so I'm okay on a short rest if everybody else says, but I don't mind if people want a long rest to get stuff back. That works too.
Well, we're not on a time scale, are we? Not in a hurry.
Nope.
Well, how are we? He's casting Windwalk on us, right? Or are we using roll?
If you want to wait a little bit, then he will wait.
Okay.
A few of them, a number of them are injured as well, so they would not be opposed to resting for a while. There were no casualties among the Sky Elves, but there definitely were a lot of injuries as they did get hit by rocks that were being thrown at them, or none of the giants were able to get like specifically to them in the hand to hand with them, thanks to you guys especially.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with taking a short rest.
Yay.
Okay. Right. So again, Ask, you weren't here last week there, but the Grim is holding the rock statue, the figurine of wondrous power. Effectively, it will summon up a rock that can carry up to 6 people, full size rock. Essentially it's 1 day. For every day you have it out, it takes 2 days to recharge when you dismiss it or when it's killed. However, you can reduce the time by expending spell slots, 3 spell slots per day, or 3 hit dice per day. You can lower the time to recharge there down to a minimum of 1 day.
Okay, very cool. Yay.
So that was how Nico Vol was getting around so quickly, because basically he could just expend a ton of hit dice because he wasn't getting hurt for the most part, and then reduce fly for 3 days and reduce the charge time down to like 2 days and then be off again.
We've also banished him and freed him removed him from the coin.
Yeah, I did see that. And then Athena is getting that coin, right?
Well, I think we need to have a conversation with Athena, because we need to know whether she's just here for the duration of this war, or if she's planning to stay with us, or what. And like, we've literally just met her, and the coins are I think they're a really important piece of, and it's not about, obviously it's not about Nans, it's not about, because we know out of game that she is.
Sure.
But in game, what I'm saying is that she's a new person. We've just met her. We don't really know anything about her, and we certainly don't know whether she's sticking around. So we need to establish that first before we say, hey, have this coin. It's really fun.
You just had a big battle, and now you're having a short rest. Time for a conversation then. Have at it.
Yeah.
I'm going to nap for a few
Okay.
Good night,
don't have the
Ask.
conversation. Okay.
Good night, Ask.
Good night, Ask.
Ask will nap for just 2 minutes here. Because that was a lot. I was down to 100.
Well, you can rest without sleeping, though, can't you? Down to 100. Are you joking?
No.
Chief. I think you had your long rest after the Nico Vol fight, so you took almost no damage in this fight.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
You're back to full. Yeah, yeah. You were basically saving Athena's butt last time, as she was taking all the hit.
I got held a lot.
Yep. So, okay, so there is a new person among you. So, what information do you want to find?
Well, really, I guess what are your plans after all this is over? Like, I've just asked the giants, like, what are your plans next?
As long as y'all will keep me, I'll stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to adventure. I want to go and find a friend of mine that I met and see how she's doing. And then she told me all about this place. I believe it was called Port Oris, and I want to go see that.
Who's your friend?
She's short. Her name started with a K. What was it again?
Are you joking?
Some friend.
Some friend. Well, I mean,
Does she have red hair?
she did.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Kiva?
Yeah, that's the name. I mean,
Yeah. I know
she's a
Kiva.
friend, but she kind of was like all questions and no like talk, and then told me about the city and was like I should go there, and I was like cool, and then I got wrapped up in this.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I mean, you've had a lot of conversations. You know, she spent a lot of time in dwarven strongholds in this region.
Oh yeah, I
Uh-huh.
know that. Yeah, definitely. She was down here for a long time when we were dealing with other stuff up in Dracol.
And the stone giant fortresses as well. So,
In fact, I'm going to go over and stand next to Athena. I'm going to do a sending to Kiva and say, hey, come have a chat. Are you around?
Okay, yeah. Oh, Kiva, you're asking Kiva. Okay.
yep.
Yeah, because you'll just hear a voice, won't you?
Yep. So essentially, yes, you will hear a voice pop up out of thin air, practically. And it's so cool. What are you talking about, Amethyst? What? Oh,
Got somebody you know here? Athena?
oh, yeah, the big tall one, right? Yeah, we let's see. We were at. Let's see. I saw. We met, talked a few times there. How you doing? How you doing, Athena?
I'm good now. I was in this big battle and I got held, but you know. So you know this person, Kiva?
Yeah, quite well. Sort of, kind of, and in some ways grew up together. Sort of, kind of, got to see each other in person not too long ago, and but we've been chatting a bit off and on for quite a while now. So she's so remember how we held those conversations about, people that we can talk to or see things, or in this case, hear things? That's kind of what we have going on.
Yeah, and I told you that I get voices in my head. Kiva's one of my voices.
And voices out loud too.
Oh. But like she's just said, we got to meet each other face to face a few times now. So
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I don't see or hear voices in my head. I see things while I'm sleeping.
You've heard
You have
you've heard a lot of,
dreams?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
That's
Good.
called dreams, though, dude.
No, it's different. Like it's like I'm there, but I'm not there. It's weird. Like so, I speak. You guys know I speak like 5 different languages, right? Well, I learned most of it from my dreams.
Yeah, okay. My girlfriend Elliot learned to speak Tabaxi from just having visions of me. How weird's that?
Nice. Nice. Hold on, I'm trying to find. There it is.
Weirdly, though, I never picked up Druidic.
Nope.
Which
No.
really?
Nope.
Nope.
Like, I would say this: you probably heard Druidic off and on, but you are incapable of speaking it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to be a shapeshifter. You have to be a shapeshifter.
Okay.
Like, you physically can't speak it.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you would have learned is that part of the reason why Druidic is incapable of being speaking it, you have to be able to wild shape in order to speak Druidic, because you
Right.
actually have to have animal vocal cords partially, or have like sonic hearing of like birds or canines that you just can't pick up on the language. You can hear words and such, but it's the forms of communication you can't physically or hear or do that make up druidic. The reason why you can't do druidic as a non-druid.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So my dreams are like it's a recurring dream. It's the same one, and it's more like a nightmare. And some
Occasion. Yeah.
yeah, this person that I am in the dream is being struck down by a demon with a black sword.
Esk will open up an eye because he's been listening this whole time and
Mhm.
look directly over at um
Amethyst,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
like
Who is
eyebrow,
now just
little-
kind of like
yeah.
playing with the dagger by her side, and just kind of like twiddling her thumbs around it and stuff. And
The dagger is buzzing a bit. Like
yeah,
you get that you realize that the dagger, like, it buzzes when there's danger, and there's no danger currently. There's no attackers right now. And you all sort of get that little bit of you occasionally will hear just a brief thing of kind of a buzz of warning essentially from the dagger to kind of alert you when there's danger present or when you're about to be jumped or attacked or whatever else of that. So this is a little different, Amethyst. This is the low grade buzz in almost response. There's no words, there's no specific like there, but there's definitely a bit of a response in that.
I'm going to show it to Athena.
There is an uncomfortable sort of like I wouldn't say give me intelligence check.
Boom.
You.
Me. Okay.
Yes. To recognize what this sensation and what everything else is.
Intelligence.
Yeah.
23.
Nice. You immediately you recognize this metal. You recognize, but the buzz from it is different. The buzz you feel from it, that sort of like anywhere, is not unpleasant. It is not dangerous. It's more the opposite. It's more of a sense of connection, warning, cooperation in some ways. But the metal you recognize as that sword. That
Hey,
thing.
that's it. That's the sword. It's also a little short, but yes,
Piece
that's
of
the one.
yeah.
Mhm.
It is a very jagged piece of metal, roughly daggers about 6 a little over 6 inches, kind of with a strange vine looking hilt around it, vine wrapped hilt around the base of it there.
So then, I guess that you got that from the actual person?
No, I picked it up in the battlefield where the person whose soul I got was killed. Because Kiva and I and 3 others shared a piece of that soul. 4 of us are still remaining. We still share a soul, and that's why we have these abilities where we can speak with each other and see one another. So you clearly have people that you're also connected to, which is
Well,
probably the visions that you're having.
That would
I would
make
imagine.
sense then. That makes much more sense. I saw 5 people, right? 5?
I think so. 5
Yeah.
others, yeah.
That's how I learned my language. I went down to the dwarven outpost to go check out because, I kept seeing this female dwarf in like this underground area, and I'm trying to put it together. But I don't think I was in the right place.
You describe it.
Yes. As best I could.
Grim. She's describing uh the capital of Coppervale. Like the building she's describing, the style she's describing there, you're like, oh yeah, that's oh crap. Sorry, your brain shut off here. Dumati.
The Mahdi, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I'll bring that up. I'll state that.
It's the capital of Coppervale.
I've
Wait,
been
wait.
there.
Have you? Really? Are we anywhere close to it?
No.
No, it's very far away.
Dang.
Aren't you from there?
Grim, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah. Mhm.
Yes.
Alden was from there too. Well,
Yeah.
The same region, yeah.
Same region,
Mhm.
different city though.
Yeah, Gem Hollow.
Yep.
Nope.
Well, that's weird. That at least two of you I have a so-called connection with. That's like you know all about my stuff, and you're a dwarf that's been to the place that I've been trying to get to.
Didn't really know. Yeah. Yeah, so far, just to clarify, you never met any of your
Nope.
connections yet.
Nope, have not. I decided that after years of this nightmare, I better go figure out what it meant, and then keep it sort of kind of filled me in on some of it, but she mostly said it's an adventure you have to go and do on your own. So here I am.
Who said that?
Kiva did.
Oh.
A little bit. I mean, she didn't at that point she didn't really know what Shattered Souls were or anything else at that point there. But she knew at least a similar experience. At least she was able to kind of describe her experience and the people and places that she saw, or she mostly heard voices. She got very, very, very fleeting visions. She didn't see a whole lot of it.
Do I recognize anything off of Ask as far as his armor goes and stuff? Or is it just his fighting style?
Probably not.
He's wearing like pretty chill on the whole clothing thing.
Yeah.
It's mostly like some light leathers, like mostly cloth. But
I mean, you recognize him as a kobold. You know what he is, and at least somewhat where where he's likely from. But yeah, we wouldn't have seen. He's not wearing anything specific, I don't think.
Okay, so it would be his fighting style then.
I mean, even that's not like something you would have recognized.
Nope. Okay.
Because he's trained in something from Drakal, essentially. So yeah. Do you have anything from your time?
Do I have anything from my time?
From your time where you trained for a while?
I do. I have a specific belt. It's just not like it's not that belt, Jim. It's like a little sash.
Okay.
That matches the colors.
Gotcha. Ask, you will notice something that now that you're kind of like all after the fighting against that, you're kind of sitting around. Ask, you will take note that she's wearing almost like a sash, a belt with an insignia on it. There is effectively, we'll just call it what it is. There, kind of at the end at the end of the belt loop, there is a little black raven on it, which you know from that is part of the Death Watch.
Yes, I trained with some people in the Death Marsh, and they were brass dragonkin, and they learned me up real good.
Yes, I too spent some time there, briefly. But yes.
So where did y'all get started? How did you get formed?
Hmm?
How did y'all get formed?
Oh, we met a long time ago, Lucas and I, and a few other people, including Sora, who you met earlier.
Mhm.
And we've been, saving the world, fighting evil, and all that kind of stuff.
And they needed to be saved, and I came in and saved them.
Sure.
And they needed a
Um,
guide, and I joined in to guide them.
Nice. Well,
Grim.
Grimbar, that is something that every dwarf strives to do, is to save people. So you're doing a very good job of it, sir.
Grimbo was actually recommended to us to
Okay.
join our group from some other people who also are Shattered Soul people. So you are,
Oh,
you're not alone, I guess.
yeah. Well, I mean, outside of the nightmare, I thought I was the only one that ever could see this stuff. But you
Nope.
hear, you don't see.
Yeah, one of the people that Kiva and I are connected to, Gildor, he has visions and paints beautiful portraits. And there's a painting that he made of me and Elia before he'd even laid eyes on either of us, which was very strange to walk into when we went to an art gallery and just saw it there hanging. Like, huh? How has that happened?
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
They-
It's been a weird journey.
Well, then I wonder what my people have. I mean, I have a dwarf. I've seen a female dwarf, and I've seen like this snake type creature in like the waters,
Jungles.
jungles,
Okay.
and then I saw there's somebody else here. Who am I missing?
Is it a Yonti?
Yeah, but what's
Mhm.
that? I'm not quite sure what a Yanti. I can't.
Snaky people.
Oh, okay, okay,
We've met a few.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are they
Isn't the one
nice?
in our house still? Oh no, he's gone home now, hasn't he?
No,
He-
he's gone home now.
He was a wood elf.
Yeah, he was with the auntie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, we rescued. Well, I didn't rescue him, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
the group rescued him.
So, yeah, and this you sort of they Mabel and the others there, they described they often also had a shared nightmare essentially that they remembered. Read that to you at some point.
Yeah.
Sounds somewhat similar.
Well, when we
Um,
take Athena to Port Taurus, I'm sure they'll tell her all about it.
yeah, and I learned Elvish because of an Elven man that was in there in that dream. It was weird when I first went up to the Sky Elves there. I went to talk to them in the city, and I was like, I know your language, and I don't know how. It was really weird.
Just to clarify, in that dream, you are the elf.
I am the elf.
Yes. Just to clarify that one, make sure you remember that one there. Yep.
That was not in my notes. It will now be in my notes.
Sorry. Yes.
So I played the elf. Nice.
You were
I'm
the
not
elf
an elf.
and you were the elf that was struck down by the black sword.
An elf?
Yes, I was an elf. I was struck down by a black sword.
Do we have any idea who the elf was?
I mean,
Details can you remember from the dream?
I wrote it all down, so everything you ever told me, but I don't want to give it all
Okay.
away. All right, hold on.
Sure.
Where's the elf part? Because I went to add it into my notes and then stuff's disappeared on me. All right, hold on.
Yep. So actually, we'll just say while you guys are resting there, Polist and Gorala are also resting. Rest are kind of
betrayed by a man in red robes and was
I
killed
knew
by
you
the...
were going to say that. I knew you were going to say it.
How did you know it?
I just had a feeling. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit insightful. Who knows?
Like, what's your insight check?
Mine, earlier
Yeah.
on, I rolled really badly, but I could do one now. Oh, there you go, another one.
Wow.
My
You were-
insight's really
Yeah,
crap today.
you are just having a hard time. People are like,
I'm
all
I'm,
just
I'm
too
in
much.
shock.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
you're
in
all
shock.
makes sense. Yeah. So, uh, let me just see here. What's this very intelligent die? Nope.
Like I know I wanted to meet other people who were of the shattered soul phenomena, but I never expected this. So
What do
yeah.
you mean?
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
Which part of this did you not expect?
the U part.
Oh, the me part?
Yeah.
Well, there are a million of us running around, supposedly. I'm not just the only Goliath running around here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Lucas, you're the one. I mean, as you know the red robes. If it's who you suspect it is,
Yeah.
you'd probably also know who the elf is as well, because it was only one elf on that expedition.
Mm-hmm.
There were other people in that battle too, you know.
Yes, there were. There were other people there, but it was only one elf among the party.
This is true.
Has spells named after him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lucas is a shattered soul.
No, he
No.
like you kind of learned about the expedition that went that was betrayed by a red-robed mage, red-robed
Called
wizard.
Rary. Called
Mhm.
Rary, who we
Rary, yeah.
literally saw recently.
Yes,
Who sent
he did.
those devils and demons and things after us when we did the teleportation circle to the mage place.
Yes.
He's the one who killed the elf.
So I
Which-
watched
Whose
the
soul
battle.
she got.
Yep.
I got an elf soul? Nice.
Yep. Which, so just to put it out there, is Melifandir. So yes,
Yes.
he is the.
I'm going to
I
use
watched-
minor illusion to conjure a picture of Rary from what I saw of him when we saw him through the teleportation circle thing.
Athena, that's looks similar. The image in your mind is much younger.
He didn't have
This
as many
one,
wrinkles.
his hair was kind of that grayish white, kind of that sort of salt and pepper gray. Now it's the image that Amethyst is. Sorry, the image in your memory, in your dream. The one that Amethyst is showing you is all pure white and kind of patchy, like sort of like somewhat falling out white hair.
I can also do the bus that we saw in the college.
Mhm.
In the mage place, sorry, not the college.
Yep, the Wizard's Guild.
So
Wizard's Guild, yeah, there you go.
I saw a battle and watched Milth and the captain of the airship get cut down by a black blade, and the red robe wizard killed Mordenkainen. And then Bigby,
And
I'm assuming I don't know names, but I'm paraphrasing
Yeah.
for here.
Yeah, sure.
Ran by fiends, and the elf got swarmed by flying fiends, and a barbarian got taken out by the Texarax.
you got Mordenkainen's soul?
Mouth's soul.
Melf's soul, sorry.
soul. Yeah.
And it was Rary who killed him.
Well, the blade killed him, but Rary killed Mordenkainen.
But
Yeah.
Rary has the coin, doesn't he? We think.
Not sure. That is not clear in the vision. You have you don't see him commanding a coin. You don't see him doing anything else. What it appeared was that the demon was there. like Trixiarch was there, and that's the same in the vision that you saw him at. This, the demon was just there.
Oh yeah, we know who has the coin, don't we? It's the old guy from Dravia, and he wasn't,
Yep,
isn't it?
he has. You suspect he has a different coin.
Oh, I'm getting mixed up. I'm sorry.
I know it's okay.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Yes. So to kind of piece together, you because the ninth coin that you'd never been able to never seen in action yet, but you had it in the vision there, belonged to someone who was gaining the powers of a Baelor demon. That was the ninth coin there. You never seen it in action. Trickshark's a pit fiend, so it's definitely a different thing. So,
Very
I
big thing.
yes,
Yeah.
the Baelors usually pit fiend is a devil, is a fiend. Baelors are a demon, and so they're sort of the top of the food chain of the devils and demons.
So basically, weird. It's just weird.
So yeah, I'm currently just, going around trying to find these people that I see to see what happens when we all get together. Like if we all have the same vision.
Well, when we find Ray, we're gonna kick his face in.
Well, he deserves it.
Yeah.
Grim, I believe you, Lucas, and Amethyst were all there when Mavel and Ionar just kind of described the shared vision they had of essentially what their ancestors, their shattered souls' death. They described a battle in what you take to be the Nightmare Lands, an airship there. Their shattered soul came from the captain of that airship. And so
I'm trying to not see the Nightmare Lands, Jim. Thanks.
I'm just saying
I don't want to go there.
They know that.
Yeah.
They were aware of that, based from there. So, eventually, just kind of piecing it together for you guys, for the three of you that have seen that and heard the description there and pieced it together. So it's been a little while. So, so what it sounds like is she's describing the same fight that they described, but from a different point of view.
Yeah.
It's like you know somebody else who has the same dreams I have?
Yeah.
No, I'm normal.
Oh, are you normal? I'm sorry. Normal
He's just friends with the people who have the same dreams that you have.
Oh.
There's Mavel and her party of conjoined people. I
misunderstood the question. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. You're
Mavel
normal.
and her group, they are the ones who have the same dream, but from a different perspective. And it seems that your souls were both from people in the same battle.
So how many different kinds of shattered souls are there?
I don't know. I know there are a lot, but I don't know any kind of, only because I've had visions of candles. It's a long story and one that I'm sure I'll tell you at some point.
So at this point, this would be the fourth shattered soul you've encountered.
Yeah. And I will say that this is
2 different groups though, right?
4 different groups so far.
4 different groups. Okay.
Yeah, because there's our group, there's Mavel and Addie's group, then there's the group where we found the boy that had been murdered by Wraith. But we also know that he did go around murdering lots of other people. There were other people being murdered, and we suspected that they were all people who were shattered souls. And in my mind, he was able to find them, and he was able to find them to kill them. And if he can do that, I'm sure eventually we'll be able to. Which is that's what I want to do. I want to find more people, which obviously I've now done. So, and completely by accident again. The only people I've found so far of the shattered soul phenomenon are people who have just stumbled across me accidentally. even Elia, who I am, connected with, I sort of went, "Oh, hi, that's you. Hi, how you doing?"
Amethyst.
So
Since
we're
we're not
harder to
Mallory and
find
found
than
Gildor, and just people just went, "Oh, hi."
so we're harder to find if we're actually looking. It's probably easier to find us if we're not looking for the other
Apparently,
one. Ah.
finding people accidentally. I mean, maybe it's fate. Don't know.
Amethyst, you do realize now there's a sensation that's becoming a little more obvious to you now at this point. Being in close proximity with Athena, having the blade now, you're kind of feeling that, not a direct connection, not like you have with Elia and everyone else, but there is a similar one, and the sensation, you're going to have a little bit of a synesthesia effect here, because you're feeling that flickering flame. It's like it's like you focus on the feeling and you're seeing that sort of like little candle flickering and all that. So this weird sort of it's disjointed in there. The buzz of the blade in your hand, the image in your mind of the candles is sort of like becoming almost the same sensation. There's a visual and physical effect that you're getting that's sort of like becoming a little bit more clear.
I also know that the jagged blade changed somewhat when we stumbled across Athena. So.
Yep. A little more connected.
Yeah.
So, effectively, Corolla and Polis just sort of stay quiet and let you guys talk. They don't interrupt, and you don't really kind of. I mean, you can tell they're kind of listening in, but they're not really like engaging in the content what you're talking about specifically. But eventually, the conversation dies down. Your short rest comes to an end. You can go ahead and expend whatever you need to get back hit points / cover spells if you have the ability, or whatever you can do on a short rest. You can go ahead and take care of your short rest.
He's and rages.
Yep.
Who's got the spare coin, by the way?
Well, I believe. Well, who picked it up after being vanished?
Sora.
I think Sora.
Oh yeah, she left it in the bag, didn't she? Sora had it, but she left a bag for me.
Yes.
She left you with the bag of holding and some goodies inside of it.
I didn't get a list of what you'd left.
Because I'm not aware of what I'm allowed to leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
we'll figure that out there. The coin is in there. A bunch of healing potions, some other things are there too. So we'll
does Athena have a bag of holding?
No.
Okay. Well, she can probably, because has everybody else got one?
I do not.
Oh.
That's up to you.
Well, we'll figure it out.
I have a backpack of holding, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Let's give Athena the coin and see how she feels about that.
Okay.
Also, just some other things that I have on here that I'm not. I have the butcher's bib.
Yep.
Sorry, 1 second.
That's gross. That's gross, dude. Do you know what that thing? That just keeps bleeding forever.
Yep, it keeps dripping blood everywhere.
That's perfect for you, man.
It is perfect for us. That's why Esk has it.
S does.
Nasty.
But
That's
I do
nasty.
not currently have it attuned. So.
Did you want to during your short rest? It's up to you. One thing I will say, it doesn't leave a pool of blood behind forever. The blood, once it hits the ground there, will, after a minute or so, start to fade away. It is not permanently stay in the ground bloody around you or anything like that. It is just a visual effect that will is a non-permanent visual effect, essentially.
that would be pretty fun. Yeah, I think I am going to attune to it. So I think
helps with the intimidation process.
Not wrong there.
Also, the critting on a 19.
It's the coin of change, right?
Change. Yep. It should be in the inventory.
Yep, I'm adding it.
Yep.
attuned.
Yeah, you can see what it does there. Effectively, it does more of it's attuned.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, fun little things. So, if there's anything else, or Corolla will go ahead and cast the wind walk on you, and you find yourselves changing into um you find yourselves kind of, as you look at each other there, you will all shift into a cloudy looking form, somewhat translucent, your gaseous form essentially. You are roughly the same general shape as yourselves, and you can recognize each other. Looking at each other, you can tell who's who. But effectively, you're sort of like masses of cloud and vapor, as you find yourself sort of like levitating off the ground, and with just a thought, you can just kind of move up into the sky and move around flying wise. Um, you move very quickly. You don't really feel any wind resistance against yourselves. I mean, a little bit, but it's not like it's normally there. You just are able to, um, uh, you can just sort of glide around super fast, and nothing seems to. You don't feel the rush of air against you. In fact, small like motes of dust or anything else floating around in the sky, leaves or anything else that just pass right through you. And you find that you can move very, very quickly, as you can basically move and dash at 300 feet. So 600 feet around is pretty crazy.
I'm guessing the telepathy doesn't still work.
No, you can actually communicate with each other. And yes, if you have the bond, it wouldn't last through a short rest, as essentially kind of cancel that out there. But you can speak to each other. Um, uh, just sort of a breathy sort of whispering sound, but you can all understand each other.
Mm-hmm.
As you are currently right around here on the map. We can zoom in on that a little bit. So you want to move there? Lucas, while you're kind of sitting around and as you're kind of feeling these out there, give me another Arcana check. Okay. You can't get an exact location, but you are getting a feel for teleportation coordinates and teleportation circles. The Gem of Chaos kind of helping you out a little bit there, and just your experience with the different places you jumped to. You know that, as I said, you can't get an exact location, but you're fairly certain that the fortress you're looking for is right around here. Again, I'm going to put a little circle there so you can kind of see what I'm talking about, but roughly in this region here. Somewhere on that little like outcropping of hills, just in relative location, and about how far away it is. You kind of get an image in your mind of kind of the distance and location to where that is based on the coordinates that you're able to pick up. So yeah, that's that distance is, well, is quite a ways away. You know, just getting across from here to here was about 3 days. Um, Moving a little bit faster, heading north. Actually, no, it was about 2 days, but 48 hours to here. It was about 4 days total. Get up to here, kind of up the river, as the rock flies essentially. And then it's going to be probably a week or two normally on foot. However, you're moving about 10 times what you would possibly do on foot right now. So in the 8 hours of time, you figure you probably close about half a distance. So as you are traveling south, Athena, you are seeing things from an angle you never see. Actually, you all are, but you kind of grown up in this region,
Mhm.
and it takes you a moment, but you're an intelligent person, and you
I
kind
am.
of pick as you're kind of moving south here. You'll spot in the distance this other river, and you know that one of the primary stone giant strongholds is at the mouth of that river, and it's
Yep.
one of the places where fighting has been going on. Is there?
We
However,
originally thought that the Chain Devil was at that one.
it's been spotted there, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, but those are the two locations where he keeps showing up and fighting. However, on the trip, you will see um,
Are we following the mountains going down, Jim?
up to you. You want to follow the mountains? You want to go down the river? You want to go across the plains? What do you want to do?
I think should go follow the mountain.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Yep. If we
so you
do,
kind of
though, I'm going to point out the region of where I live,
Mhm.
because I lived up in these mountains.
Yep. You were kind of from we'll just say you're actually from right around here.
Yep.
Kind of point. So, but actually on the east side there,
Mhm.
kind of right around there is where you're from.
Right where the mountains split. Hmm.
Yep. So, boop, roughly there. So, within probably half a day, actually probably about roughly about around the 6 hour mark, we'll say you're right around here. So as you're gonna be you're gonna end up about halfway there. So you're gonna pass over this stronghold, and you will see kind of in the mountains a massive carved out stone structure at the mouth of this river. And flying kind of over that space there, you will see there are effectively what it looks like is there is a battle, not a raging battle going on, but you can see that there's obviously bodies. There is like damage to this massive stone gateway structure here, and just the place is littered with boulders and smashed rock, and you can see that the archway itself has chunks that have been bashed out of it and everything else. There is still a large metal gate in that space, probably about from your vantage point there, you figure it's probably about 30 feet high. This gate is just huge. It is dented. It is bashed, obviously, but it is still intact. It has not been breached, essentially. But there you can see little groups like campfires, probably about a few hundred yards away from the gate there, where there's little campfires of hill giants and ogres and such, kind of spread out along the mouth of the river here, kind of just kind of southeast of the gate itself. Um, Not a ton. You don't see like a massive army, but probably about a six or seven um, campfires that are kind of glowing there. And it is at this point, it is kind of getting, um, it is getting later in the afternoon, late evening. The sun is going kind of is starting to kind of go down over the horizon there, and so you can kind of see in the shadows of the mountains there all those different campfires there, clusters of giants around them, even from your high vantage point. So,
Is this
but
dwarf? Are there dwarf bodies? Is this a dwarf
this is
battle, or is
this is a stone giant. This is a stone giant fortress here. So you would know the dwarves are kind of further south, and kind of along this western branch of the mountains over here.
Okay.
Um, However, the structure you will see it does have some characteristics of dwarven architecture among for the gate there, but on a scale that dwarves wouldn't build. They wouldn't build a 30-foot high gate. Well, maybe they would have in ancient times, but currently you don't see anything quite that crazy. But yeah, it seems like the bodies you're seeing are mostly giants. There's a couple of stone giant bodies that are on the ground outside the gates. So, yep. What are we peeing up there? Oh,
It's a duck's
Conversation.
face.
okay, gotcha. Yeah.
It's definitely not a duck. It's an eagle.
It's a duck's face. It's looking up. An eagle. What's up with you?
Swan.
Look over
Coffee.
put your head over to the side like that, and it's a duck's face.
You know, it's called Eagle Eye Bay.
I don't
called
care. It's
Eagle
a
Eye
duck.
Bay.
I don't care. It's a duck.
I know.
That's why That's why Athena's going. It's Eagle Eye Bay.
It's only called that because somebody decided it looked like an eagle's eye, and they named it that. But I named it duck's face. So
Oh,
Like,
okay.
you're wrong. though.
Because you named it Duck's Face. Okay,
that's what I call
I
it.
got it.
Like, you know how
Okay.
we used to live in a place called Craven's Rest, but Sora said Raven's Crest that many times, they literally just changed the name. It's like that. I'm going to call it Duck's Face until everybody else starts doing the same thing. Because if Sora can do it, I'm damn sure I can. Especially that I can, like, manipulate people with my brain.
I'm sorry to inform you, but the Raven Queen had a temple there, which is the entire reason they
I
changed it.
Don't
Not
care
because
about
Sora
the
kept
Raven
saying to her.
Queen.
Alrighty then.
Yeah,
It's
Well, why
so
didn't they
cute.
call it the Raven side then? If they're
She
so
is a-
bothered about the Raven's Queen.
I'm just saying she is a god. Like you might want to actually genuinely care.
Yeah, just a
Well-
little bit.
I don't care about gods either. Tell your. I mean, Sora used to have conversations with them, for goodness sake. Look at the
Yeah?
map. Tilt your head to the right. Tell me that's not a duck's face, and I'll shut up. Anyway, let's move on.
All right.
It's not a duck's
So-
face.
So you will essentially passing over that space there. A few heads will kind of turn and look at these odd-looking clouds moving across the sky there, but you're able to kind of stay up and out of there any sort of range of anything. And again, they don't recognize it as people, so you'll be able to continue on, and you will reach about here. This kind of hills, it's kind of these hillside over here, when you will see. When you will feel sort of a strange, you'll basically feel gravity taking over a little bit. One last thing you will spot, however, is just as you kind of feel that sensation there will be, because of its size, it's a little easier to spot. A little bit south of where you're kind of feeling gravity taking over, you will see a farmstead. Up. And the reason why it's a little odd is you realize the scale which you're looking at here, it's a large size farmstead in this little space beyond these hills. So gravity kicks in, you feel yourself sort of like drifting toward the ground. Effectively, yeah, this almost heavy sensation washes over you, and you feel yourself sort of like losing that airy feeling you've had for the last 8 hours. You'll drift slowly to the ground, and just on the opposite side of these hills, right around halfway across this little jutting out hill area here, you will kind of come to rest and find yourselves kind of breathing a little bit heavy, a little bit as you haven't really been having to breathe air normally for the last 8 hours either. And so between the gravity holding you to the ground and the thickness of the air, suddenly you're kind of having to kind of recover from this light, airy feeling you've had for so long, for the whole day. But you see, sort of as the sun's dipping down past the mountains over the side here, and you're kind of seeing a lot of long shadows thrown across the terrain here. You will see, yes, yeah. I mean, it is a bad feeling. So, it's it feels good to be on the ground again for those of you who are much more terrestrial based and don't fly as much like Amethyst and Lucas do all the time. Being back on the ground is a good feeling again, but you are disoriented and a little bit messed up here. So yes, you heave a bit on the ground and eventually feel more normal. However, in the shadows of those mountains there, you do see lights, a bit of wisping smoke from a chimney, but on a building which it has a very similar like farmstead kind of look to it, but the scale is just twice as large. You don't see anything around there. You do see some large critters in a fairly large fenced off area, kind of a paddock kind of thing like that. They have, you've seen a couple of these things like trailing along there. They have like they're basically buffalo. They stand probably again like 8 to 10 feet tall at the shoulder, big humped back, very woolly black dark hair around the head there, large horns curving up there, and kind of a lighter brown going off the back. Basically large, massive looking buffalo or bison.
Sweet.
Just moving around the paddock. And you can see it off the distance. So what would you like to do? As you find
Avoid it.
yourselves... Yep.
Sneaky. Let's be sneaky.
Sure.
I want a big
You.
bottle of milk for Sora, but then I remember she's not here.
Aw.
Oh.
As you move quietly, and you have, I mean, it's a couple hundred, it's a couple hundred yards away. I mean, and it is, you have plenty of shadows to move through, and you're not like flying like massive flags or having bright shiny things around. So you're able to move slowly and kind of quietly along there, sticking to the shadows and keeping an eye. Give me perception checks, folks, as you kind of scout out the area to see what's out there.
A freaking 2.
It's okay.
I'm really excited because I'm fast, and that was really fast. That little thing we just did there.
Yeah, you moved quite a long distance. Okay.
I rolled a 3.
Excellent.
You
Oh,
have reliable talent, so
yeah.
technically you rolled a 21.
Yeah, it didn't click. It usually clicks it in. I don't know why I didn't do that.
That's okay. I will say, Lucas and Amethyst, you sort of sitting there. Something about this looks very familiar to you. The farmstead, the pen, the animals in there. Like the animals aren't the right kind of animals, and the farmstead looks a little bit different layout. But it reminds you of that farm, that first farm you went and helped. God, almost a year.
With the slot.
Almost a year ago, as the goats went missing from the farmer that came to you and spoke up there. And what drives it kind of home for you is that you realize that the paddock that you're seeing is broken open. like there's actually a section of it that's been trampled and knocked down.
Oh no, that's not good.
And the buffalo are still in there. They haven't all wandered off and all of that, but there's definitely a section of the fence that's been smashed down.
Is it like broken?
Yep.
No, I was gonna pick it up and just put it back on.
Well, you're not close. This is off in the distance there. You're not up that close to it yet. Lucas with the 28 there. You also spot the fact that it's been knocked inward, like something came into it. It didn't break out. Something broke in.
Does someone want to go and stealthily have a look? What's going on?
Yeah, I will. But does anybody know how you look to see if there's an update?
I think
Like
it should have
on
just
Roll20?
installed.
It should have just automatically
It will
installed.
just
Yeah,
automatically
I got a
do it.
message when I logged in that it updated.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think it
I got
updated
two.
earlier on.
I got
Okay.
2 of them. So like, just because the updates happen though, you might have to go back through and double check that your things that you have clicked on for Beyond 20 are actually still clicked.
Could be.
Because mine is
Everything
saying that I
seems to
roll with
open.
one hand.
I will stealth with him now.
All right. So, in that case, give me your stealth checks there to go up there and investigate. The rest of you kind of hang back and keep an eye. You will see that there are lights on in the homestead, in the farmstead itself. And occasionally you'll see a person walk by, a little bit of a shadow pass by a window. Some inside the building itself.
Let's do telepathic bond before you head off.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see them. They're stealthing along and being quiet and keeping to the shadows and moving along there. As you get close to the pen there, you can definitely see that 2 things. First off, that obviously it was broken in. Something came into the fence and it smashed the fence a bit. And that something also dragged something back out. Something obviously large dragged something else large back out, and there was definitely traces of blood on the ground. Give me a survival check. See what you can pick up from there.
Ooh, natural 20.
Wow, there you go.
Did,
Nice.
Did my survival
I didn't
check
see him
or
come
did my
through.
stealth check come through?
Nope, I didn't see anything come through.
All right. Well, my stealth check was 28.
Okay.
Let me do my survival now.
Yeah, it came through. All right, cool. Oh, we both got natural 20s. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So for those of you that sneaking up there and checking it out, a couple things about the tracks are odd. You'll see that the body that was being dragged was obviously large, and there's bits of blood along the way there, and you'll see kind of as it thumps over the broken in logs of the fence line, there's tufts of hair similar to what those buffalo have, the kind of black hair, kind of tufted over there. But the tracks of what's dragging them looks strange. It's like it's like almost like claws, like kind of like 3-toed claws, but also splayed hooves. Like, it doesn't really make sense. With the natural 20s, the size of it,
Griffin?
well, griffins have lion paws and claws. This has hooves and claws.
Hippogriff?
Hippogriff?
These things are very large splayed claws. You're not sure what you're looking at exactly.
Is it Chimera?
Something fun and homebrew that Jim has made up.
Umber Hulk? An Umber Hulk?
Definitely not that. You've seen those. You've seen those traps before.
Yeah, we've seen those.
We've seen Chimera before as well, haven't we?
Specifically, no. You never been. You neither of you have been in this region of the world before, so You're not sure,
Yeah.
not sure what the local wildlife looks like.
Right.
Let's see. Grim, you might have seen something similar in the mountains up where you were, and you traveled a bit around up the northern part there. Something about this. I mean, you keep thinking, you keep bringing back to Griffin. You've seen tracks of griffins in the mountains up where you are. The griffins had to be on the northern part of the Erie Mountains there, around Cupperville. Griffins are known, the black griffins that live there. But this looks similar, but definitely different. The hooves are very deep set, like they're very heavy creature, obviously. But nothing about this makes exact sense. So, you have the telepathic bond. You describe things back to the other group.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Everything. Yeah.
Athena, give me an intelligence check, or history, or nature, or whatever else you've got there in terms of a if you don't have it, just give me a
I'll do
nature
history.
check. Okay, history works
Um,
too. Yeah, if you're good at that, yeah. Okay, you know this. You kind of grew up in this region here. What they're describing, very likely a hawk boar.
A hawk boar.
A hawk boar is an owl bear, but instead of a owl and a bear, it's a hawk and a boar.
It's a hawk
Large
boar,
size.
y'all.
So very similar to Griff. They can't fly. They are because they have the back half of a boar and the front half of a hawk.
Well, that's terrifying. Thanks for that image.
Just
And they can drag off a
little bit,
full grown bison, no problem. So
And you know what the dad says to it when it does? Bye, son.
oh no.
Oh, leave.
There she goes. Get some coffee
And
and come
on
back. Okay.
and on that, we're gonna go ahead and take a break there. As on that terrible joke that was awesome. So we'll be back in a few minutes here. You guys have what to do here. We want to move on, and we'll see where things go from here. So anyway, take care. Get some drinks. We'll see you soon. And we're back. So you find yourselves at the outside of a hill giant farmstead. Based on the size of things here, evidence that something broke into the pen and dragged off one of the bison. And based on the tracks you're seeing there with your 2 natural 20s, it will describe them. I think you can identify them as a hawkboar, a creature very similar to an owl bear, but just different animals put together. A flightless, massive creature with the back half of a boar and the front half of a hawk. At some point, as you'll hear kind of raised voices, and in giant, those of you can speak it there. At the end, you'll hear them kind of a harsher, obviously feminine voice.
When are you gonna fix that fence? I'll get to it when I can.
These 2 voices, kind of yelling from inside the house.
That
Hey,
thing
they're
will come
arguing
back
about-
and pick off the animals. I know. I'll smash it if it comes back.
Say Hulk smash.
Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, you're good. So they're arguing on the inside about that broken fence, and they're worried about whatever creature it is that's coming and taking their farm animals.
Football.
Should we go help them?
Probably.
We know that this is the. Okay, so what home is this again? This is the home to the
Farmstead.
guys.
Yeah. And
Bad guys,
based
too,
on the
right?
size, based on the size there, you see that they're likely hill giants.
We should probably find out if there's people inside too. Like if there's people who are being hurt, people who've been murdered or whatever. We should probably go
Well,
check it out.
Doesn't seem like they've been hurt or murdered. Just that they're there.
Those of you, Esk and Grim, you're closer to hear kind of thing. You hear the voices at least. You kind of look back toward the house there, and you can see kind of the large shadows of people moving past the windows. Or there's, from your vantage point there too, and you're pretty close up to both of you there. There's a clank of basically dishes and mugs or whatever on a table. Thud of wood on wood kind of thing, metal anchored on wood. Yeah, as from the vantage point there at the window, you can kind of see 2 figures sitting down to probably dinner.
Okay.
Definitely giants.
So if I go up to the building, I think I'm pretty confident I can get to the building kind of quietly.
Yeah.
Is it like a log cabin style building?
More like a farmhouse kind of thing like that. It's more like vertical, wood beams with sort of a mud plaster slab in between them to kind of seal it all tight.
All right. Well, I'll try to climb up to a window if I can't see the window.
Yeah, easy enough there. Give me a stealth check just to kind of do it without being spotted or making any crazy amount of noise. There is not really a barn per se. There's sort of a lean-to kind of thing where the things can kind of get out of the rain if they need to. You're able to kind of get up there, kind of get to the window there, and you'll see what look to be 2 somewhat elderly hill giants. Like the male is kind of skinny arms, relatively, and they're still large because they're giant. But he's sort of got this patchy, like partially balding, white scraggly hair, kind of pulled patchwork cloth and furs over the shoulder there, kind of hunched down there, eating on something off of this plate. Across from him is an elderly female-looking hill giant there. Similar style, kind of patchy cloth and fur clothing. Sitting there eating across from him. You don't see anyone else in this. It's sort of a kind of a cook area / dining area. Really rough looking for the most part there, but a fairly similar, a fairly familiar scene of farmhouses and
Okay.
um.
And I don't hear anything. I don't hear like something going off on the somewhere around else in the kitchen.
Nope. Just seems to be the two of them there.
All right. Well, I'll let everybody know that through the telepathic link, and say that I think we're pretty safe to skirt this place, but we need to be careful of this critter here. It's big.
The kind of last bit of conversation you hear as the
This would be so much easier if Lorg was here. He's so much better at doing the chores and work on the fence work.
I know.
So I'm taking Lorik was one of the giants that we
maybe
were
not
at.
that. Maybe not that, but it's a similar story, but at least.
So one of the ones we dispatched, or is it one of the ones that we
It
took
could
into
be, or
custody?
it could
No
be,
way.
or it's a similar story along that lines. He was somebody that was taken. He was younger, so they took him instead of the old people.
Okay.
Kind of the impression you get just on there is probably their son taken off to fight.
Yeah.
Ask step the way here. Those of you kind of back there. Kind of really to see there. It wouldn't be hard to track this creature. It is definitely not subtle in its size or its tracks. Something like that you could probably. It seems to be heading back further toward the mountains.
Towards the mountain. Is there blood trail too?
It's not like full gore blood trail, but it goes. He's like blood here and there. He wasn't bleeding out along the way. It just sort of like there was definitely signs of blood here and there.
All right. Well, I'll look at asking. I says if we're gonna follow it, you're better at that than I am. So we'll wait till he gets back. But yeah.
All right. So we're waiting for us to get back to do anything, or are we just gonna
No.
go and do a thing?
If the plan is to go head off, then do what you're gonna do.
His survival is +10. Mine is +4. So that's what I'm getting at. So.
Well, like I said, if you want to track the creature, you can.
Ooh, I can help track the creature.
If that's what you want to do.
I can
know
help
it
you.
better than us. So yeah.
Yeah, and I have a +8 in survival. All right, I'll come help you track the creature.
Like I said, it is a massive thing dragging a massive thing. It's not going to person with no survival at all could track this.
It's there.
Essentially, there's a massive furrow in the ground with like clawed and hoof prints dragging it along. You're able to kind of move along there and follow the trail back, kind of uphill. It kind of goes uphill a little ways, and then kind of meanders off toward the hillside itself. And after about 20 minutes or so, as you're kind of moving along fairly quietly, keeping there, it is at this point fully in shadow. You can see that there's still sunlight ahead over the top of the mountains, as it's around 6 o'clock or so. It's not fully sundown, but you are in the shadows of the mountains right now completely. You will see a large burrowed out hole in between some rocks on the hillside. That the trail goes right up to that hole.
Where
Guys,
he's going to be the most dangerous, because that's his territory.
or we could just lure him out.
We're over here.
Burn him out.
Come get us. Live, yummy people. Right, people?
I'll sneak up to the opening.
Sure. Give me a stealth check for this. Yeah.
He's going to smell me.
You pull out the portable hole and then go.
Wow.
Nope. Wow.
No, she was
Okay.
asking about the bag of holding. I was like, well, you could just put it in the portable hold for now.
Oh, good plan. Good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be.
No, no, you can't.
That's why I said it was a joke.
Okay.
Okay.
Even with that roll, you still beat its passive.
Yeah, but it's still not showing. It's still not showing.
Your rebel talent's not working there, so it's okay. I know what your minimum score is. So, you just sort of like slowly move in there, creep along there, avoid any loose gravel or twigs or anything else like that, and essentially with your boots, with your stealthy boots there, and your just your ability to blend in. Kind of move into the space there, let your eyes adjust, and you will see a fairly large, open, like burrowed out hole here. You can see there's a claw marks on the side there. This is something that actually burrowed into this space, and is kind of. And you'll notice there's some earth piles and everything else there. Seems like a somewhat natural fissure that's been opened up wider by the thing that's living inside there. And you will see a massive creature there hunched over something. You can hear the crunching of bones, tearing of flesh. You smell blood in the air of this thing feeding on a large carcass of some kind. It's obviously been at it off and on for a while. The blood outside here is not fresh. It is not still wet, so it's been taken at least like a day or so, probably. But yes, you can see the creature in there eating another massive carcass. And it is, again, dark vision in there because there's no light inside there. It's kind of the shaggy back half of what looks to be a boar. And then roughly right around the front, just behind the front feet, you can see there's kind of this like large, like tufted feathers sticking off there, and the front half is the talons of a bird of prey kind of thing, moving up into the hawk-like head, but on a massive scale. It's a good probably 12 to 15 feet long. Stands a good 10 foot high at the shoulder, so the head over top there is a good 15 feet. This thing is huge, but it does not seem to notice you. It is content on its meal currently.
I said, and I let him know that he's just eating.
Perception check for any other details in the space.
Natural 20.
Nice. You will also spot a much smaller one chomping away at the other side. No, two of them. Kind
I
of,
knew there was going to be babies.
of course. What is there not?
I knew it. I just said it. Babies.
They're the size of a
Oh.
horse. They're not tiny. They're the size of a horse.
Okay. I'll let them know. Of course, they see that. So, and I know Amethyst. It's got babies, so we're not going to kill it.
But what are we going to do with it?
Same thing
Where's
we do
it-
every day, Pinky.
Where is it from? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where? What? Wait. Where's it?
I mean,
It come from around here. It's been here for a while, apparently. So and there's more than one, because if there's babies, there's a daddy. There's a mommy, there's a daddy.
And
It's usually how it works. When a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, we get children.
it's not
the
the only way in nature
skip the
that
part in the
the
middle.
babies can occur, though, is it?
You don't know the mating habits or ecological significance of the hawk boar, so you're not really sure exactly.
No, but don't.
I'm
like
thinking
when
it got
owl
spliced
bears,
together.
weren't owl bears originally like created by some kind of weird wizard who had a weird?
No idea.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, we don't know what these things are, so we have no idea.
They got spliced together.
Oh, I'm sure that is. We've heard it said that that's what owl bears. That's how they occur. Did we see owl bears once?
Nope, I don't think so. I think you heard there were some in the woods north of there, but never actually ran into one.
Mm-hmm. It must have been a
Yeah.
conversation I had with Elia at one point then, because
Sure.
who knows?
Let's see. Give me a history check. Those people that are trained in history, to see if anybody knows the origins of an owlbear.
Can
An
I
hour-
ask, whatever this is, a hawk boar? Can I
sure.
ask Elia if she knows anything about it, where they're from, where the best place to send it would be?
She's like, I've never heard of that.
Nice. Useful.
But it sounds like something that would live in that region. Just what else is there? Athena, the stories you heard from some of the eldest dwarves you've ever met. Because eventually dwarves are long-lived.
Mhm,
But the stories that you heard is that they were formed in the days of the Cataclysm, when the chaotic, crazy magics formed a number of chimeric type creatures that merged creatures together in weird, chaotic, magical ways.
That makes sense.
And it's basically where griffins came from, and where chimera came from, and
Oh, the catechism. Why does it always come back to that?
it's more than in times after it. I mean, it's where you came from.
Mhm.
Boy.
Because Goliath never existed before the Cataclysm. Because
Yeah, I know, but they didn't need to know my business like that. Good Lord, Jim.
So did she get spliced? Or was she? How was she made?
Goliath are stone giant runs.
We're so
Oh.
In the failing magic of the time before the Cataclysm, giants started giving birth to runts, and so stone giants gave birth to Goliath. Not all, and that's where ogres came from. The ogres are hill giant runts.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just a runt.
all my
Now-
cats are runts. I love runts.
So, yes, there's the fact that this thing probably existed sometime in the chaotic time after the Cataclysm itself. So this was this type of creature was there, and they started breeding. So,
Okay.
I will say this one last thing there with the nice big 26 there you rolled. You've never seen eggs for these things, so you don't think they're hatched from eggs. You've never found any hawk boar eggs. So
They're mammal.
they're more dominated by the mammal half of them rather than the avian half.
They're not birds.
No. Although, what you know from what Elia knows about owlbears is they are hatched from eggs, so they're more bird than bear.
So do
Couldn't they
these?
be boarhawks then, if they're mostly mammal rather than?
Sure, people here
Well,
call
do
them
they-
hawkboars,
Well, obviously these ones are as big as horses, you said, but are they like
babies.
suckling from a teat?
No,
or...
they're chewing on they're also eating the corpse. They're grown enough to actually eat meat and everything else, so they are.
So they're older babies.
Well,
and the corpse is giant.
the corpse is a massive bison. Yes, it's a huge buffalo-looking thing there, about. And so,
I thought,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry,
No.
I thought it was a giant.
No, it is a large thing. Yes, yeah. Sorry, that was not clear. They are eating the carcass they dragged into here.
Mm-hmm. I thought they'd come in and they were eating a dead person. Sorry.
No.
So,
Right.
Hey, Grimbar.
Yes.
They dragged this thing all the way up here. Would I know how often they eat?
It's been up here a couple of days. I could tell by the smell of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the blood is coagulated, so it's definitely not fresh. I mean, obviously they're chewing off of the thing. There's fresh blood from the thing that they're chewing on, but like any blood that was left behind from dragging in here is dried.
So do you think that maybe they eat like once every 3 days or something like that? Grimbar.
You're not sure exactly. You probably haven't seen them. I mean, like birds eat daily. These things might eat daily, but they may take a while to eat the whole thing.
So I'm wondering if maybe we could talk to the farmers down there. Think they'd go for it, Grimbar?
Go for what?
Maybe leaving one aside for them to take instead of breaking down their fence.
I mean, it would go through their herd.
You
people,
guys,
yeah.
I don't want to get involved in that. That's they're giants.
Well, I'm a giant.
Ish.
I mean, we just want to skip by over it. We don't want to mess with it.
Well, I know she's not going to want to kill this thing because it has babies. That's obvious. I'm not so, but I don't.
What? You want to kill it?
I don't see any reason to.
So why say she doesn't want to kill it? None of us
Because
want to kill it, do we?
Because
Don't put it on me.
I know you, and yeah, I'm gonna put it on you.
You made it your
So,
fault.
Yeah.
But
But,
I'm like, if it's hurting other people.
Yeah, but is it hurting people? That's why I would like to see what's going on in the farm itself. Like,
And they didn't seem to be worried about it. He said he'd smash it if he saw it coming back. So I'm sure that they can take care of themselves. I mean, I wouldn't want to be caught unawares with this thing behind me, but they know it's coming.
Well, they said that they had a person that was taken from them, right?
Mm,
It was not taken, but they said if Lars was still here, it'd be a lot easier. So I'm just assuming he was taken by that brute squad or whatever they called it.
yeah, probably.
What do you think? Maybe if that's the case, leaning on all of this information being the case, they'd want to give up some information about the army and where their whereabouts are.
I've got an idea. Can we, right, get Lucas to open a teleportation circle to where all those dudes are and just push the big one through there and close the teleportation circle and let it just like run riot there for a bit.
Oh yeah, and then we go behind it. That'll be a distraction. That would be
yeah.
funny.
Trojan
That would be
horses.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
no,
just,
but just
I want to laugh and watch Lucas do this. I want to see y'all set this up. That's going to be fun.
like just a little bit of chaos, and we use telekinetic shove to just push it through the hole. Lucas closes the circle.
I don't think your telekinetic shove is big enough to push this thing.
Well,
You had trouble
Oh,
pushing
man.
the giants, and it's as big as the giants.
Still, yeah.
mhm.
I mean, this is to a giant what a bear is to a person,
Okay,
So,
but if we
or a boar.
if we
you know, like-
paralyze it first,
Okay,
right?
so like, are we talking grizzly bear or black bear?
black bear.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's not quite that big. It's, I mean, it's basically a giant boar mixed with a bird front part.
Honestly, though, does it matter if it's black or brown? They're still bears, and they're still going to eat our faces.
It really does, though, is the thing. Like, it just there's a big difference between a black bear and a brown. Just several hundred
Yeah, they're
pounds.
both good
and
eats.
A whole lot angrier.
We leave the babies behind. The babies, maybe the farmers could then use them as, guard animals / keeping the. I don't know. Or just put all three of them through. Who knows? It was just an idea. It was just a chaotic little. Hey, what if we do this? One of those fun things.
Those type of thoughts we're supposed to keep to ourselves. I learned that.
Not at all. Not at all. My thoughts have never been kept to myself. Not ever.
What's that like? I
Half
had
the time people
siblings.
can hear them.
I had siblings. I wasn't allowed to talk like that. They'd scare them.
Yeah.
So,
Well-
what are we doing? Are we just moving on then?
Yeah.
What does Lucas
Yeah.
want to do?
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah,
I
just
don't
move on.
need to do anything about it, really.
All right.
Yeah.
We
Right.
could have kept those babies as pets. You know that, right?
We are not in that game.
Why?
Where would you put them?
Yeah. Where?
And we'd have to feed them, which means that we'd have to
On
get
a
a
leash. Well, why not?
We are
Feed them
in-
and train them.
Fighting a legit war. Like where?
Oh.
Yeah.
are we putting them?
We can get somebody to help with that. I'm sure.
Listen, I'm all for after we're done with this.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I'm thinking of going back and getting them, but no.
Bless you.
I'm allergic to bullshit. Let's
How
just
do you ever not sneeze then?
welcome to allergy season. Let's just go.
So the sun
Okay.
is going down. You have pretty much open ground between you, and this is scale wise. We're talking about probably from the farmstead where you're at right now to the next range of hills out here is roughly 80-90 miles. So not going to get there in an evening to get across there. So you have kind of this open area between you and the next area here. What would you like? Where would you like to head, and where do you want to try to camp?
I guess we're gonna head further south, right? And then just camp in our tents, right? As she goes to pull out a tent from her back.
Camp in the open.
Where are we actually going?
Well, it's where I normally sleep, in the open.
Down there.
Yeah. This is teleportation circle is somewhere in this vicinity down here. We'll make it a little wider because again, you don't know the exact space, but we're gonna do that. Let's do that. So somewhere around there.
Yeah, so unless we want to camp right out in the open, in the hills where we are, is the best place.
I mean, if we could find a little bit more secure a place, that would be good.
I mean, you got
Don't
essentially
you two
you're
have fortresses?
Yeah, I got an fortress if you want
broadcast your presence.
Can we
Yeah,
just sleep in a tent? Like,
They're
is there
30
something
feet
wrong
tall, but yeah, we can do that.
being in a tent?
They're made out of titanium. Adamantite, excuse me.
Okay, well, so out. We want to travel further south into the plains, or can stay along the hillsides and try to camp on there. What do you want to do?
I kind of, I'm a dwarf. I like the rocks, but that's me. But Lucas says in the plains, and I almost kind of agree with him. I think it might
No.
be a little safer.
I said not in the plains. Basically, in the hills is probably better.
Oh, I misunderstood what you're saying.
You want to be right out
Okay.
in the open.
I mean, I could be in the either. Let's just go to the hills for now, but I don't want to be in the magic-y thing. Can we just be in a tent? Or at least I want to be in a tent. I'm going to be in a tent.
What do you mean you don't want to be in a magic-y thing?
Like,
You don't know what it is.
exactly. I don't want to be in something that isn't something I put together. I have to have my toes touch the earth, you know?
So what happens when you're going to go to the city then? Where are you going to sleep?
I was planning on camping outside the city. But I guess with the party, I'll deal. But like, that's weird. I'm an outdoor girl.
So was I. Literally lived in caravans my whole life up until the point when I left to go to Port Taurus.
So you don't like sleeping outside amongst the stars?
I do.
Okay. So let's do that.
So you'll find a little as darkness finally starts to fully fall here as the sun goes down further down over the mountains. There, you will find a secluded spot among the rocks of the hillside, for the southeast, assuming, and bed down for the night. Go ahead and so you set up your watches. Things seem fine here. On the hillside, one thing you will have noticed during your time here is the hill giants are very rarely, if ever, that you've seen on the march during the nighttime.
Why is that?
Hill giants don't have dark vision.
Oh, shit.
I mean, like you know that they don't.
I know. I know.
Like they so as you find out bed down here, and there's very little movement. You don't hear see anything there. Off in the distance, you can barely make out the lights of the house, of the farmstead there. Too far away, you can't really see them close anymore. But those of you with a more acute vision there can see them off in the distance, and the lights will wink out. And there's just darkness all there. The sky above you, stars everywhere. And it is very, very quiet. As it's the sounds of the plains all around you. There is, in the distance, and you heard this in the war camp before, but you can hear it a little more clearly now. These cracks of thunder. Boom. Not enough to shake the ground or anything like that, but there's just off in the distance, you just hear occasionally this like thundering sound. But you don't see any clouds or lightning flashes in the sky.
East or west, or no, we can't tell.
Kind of to the east, southeast. I mean, it seems louder in that direction there. No, east, so this way. Oh, sorry, southwest. Sorry, wrong. run southwest, over toward
Mhm.
kind of off in the southwest. There's just this occasional like, faint thunder, little cracks of thunder. You don't see any lightning flashes in the
You
sky.
mean
Just
like
this.
something walking underground real hard and things breaking underneath it?
It's not rhythmic like that. It's just sort of like occasionally spotty of like just a little while later on. Not really a rhythmic pattern to it at all. It's just sort of like random, and it's not like it's in one specific direction. It's sort of like in various places there.
Sand sharks, spice worms.
Athena, Thunder Bison.
Thunder bison. I love thunder bison. They're good eats.
They're larger than the ones that you saw earlier, and actually, when they stomp, essentially they will send out a crack of thunder. In addition to you've seen them across the plains out there. They're basically just like normal bison's larger cousins that have the ability to make cracks of thunder when they stomp on the ground.
Thunder bison.
Cool. That would be
Mhm.
a cool mount.
Sure
Every
would.
time he's starting to run.
I hope you have lightning resistance though.
Well, they do thunder damage, so lightning
Thunder
wouldn't help.
resistance. Thunder resistance.
Yep. Essentially, they can do thunder wave. I like the spell.
Mhm.
So yes, you've seen them in action. They tend to be like they tend to roam further out into the plains. They're not too close to the hills and the mountains or anything else. They tend to be, but they are a like almost double the size of the bison that were on the farm there. So
You know, if you're hungry, we could go get one. No? No? Okay.
it would feed an entire village.
Sure would.
It's one of those things of like, at least once a year, a hunting party will go out there and try to bring one back for a festival time kind of thing.
I can eat a lot, but I'm not that hungry.
Yeah.
All right. So, resting?
Yep. So the evening comes upon you. You're able to take your watches. Nothing comes close to you. Nothing comes. Nothing seems to come your direction there. You don't see much in the way of movement out across the plains. It is quiet. The stars above, and you're able to get your rests in. Anything else you want to do during your rest? Go right ahead.
Doing a long rest?
Yes, you'll have a long rest.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna sit out among the stars for a little while and twiddle that rock.
Sure. It is peaceful and quiet out there with occasional crack of thunder off in the distance as
Mm-hmm.
the bison decides to stomp, scaring away any potential predators or maybe just squash one that gets too close. Morning will come, and you will see the sun rising up off to the uh, um, sun rising slowly, steadily upward, and you'll see just the plain stretching out ahead of you. Barely make out uh, the the next river. A little too far to see the river, but the mountains up above. That farmstead is just sort of eventually, as you kind of there, you will see at break of dawn. Essentially, you'll see the two giants go out there and start tending to the animals. But you'll be able to move down and make your way. What's the plan?
They're heading down towards us.
No, they're out. They're out there. The elderly couple just into their animals. You don't see anything out there. You
I
don't
think we
see any
should start
force.
heading south myself.
Want to mount up or stay on foot? Which you want to do? Okay.
Yeah.
Use the mounts.
Okay.
Faster.
You all get your mounts. The Athena, the saddle of summoning summons up a large horse that you can ride on, and you haven't spent much time on a horse, but you've not unheard of for you. It's a little
No.
weird, but you're able to kind of mount up and start heading across the plains.
But it's not a horse, it's a magical horse, and your feet won't be touching the ground, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll summon my Pegasus.
Flap ahead. So you start heading south there. A group of you on the ground, one of you on the sky. And this, are you staying on your carpet? Or you're going to go up on your horse?
Yeah, carpet.
Okay.
Why not?
All right. So two of you
I'll
in the
go
sky.
on the ram. Is Esk riding with somebody, or does he have one?
I think he's got one. He's got the pony, I believe.
Okay.
You had an extra smaller mount. Yep. So so three of you on the ground, two of you in the air, as you make your way south across the way here. It's a fairly uneventful morning. Sky, the sun climbs steadily in the sky there as you move south. But probably around somewhere around noon. Sun's almost directly above. Those of you in the sky will see something a bit strange further to the southwest, somewhere out here. So I'll just kind of put it. Here we go. Let's just kind of somewhere around here. Little dark spot there. Hold on. Come on now. Roughly there. And it is a dark cloud. It looks strange, the two of you, though. Like, there's not a storm around it. There's this like large dark cloud, and as you watch, it twists and moves and morphs into. You see a funnel come down from it there, as it is a tornado, and it is moving steadily in your direction. Not like directly beeline, but it's moving in that general vicinity there. It's not like going to cross your path directly. It is moving in that way. You have to change your course there, or it may come close enough to cause problems for you. As you watch, it grows and shifts. The dark cloud, the funnel there, and the funnel stays. Like, it's not like it's. I mean, normal weather, it would dissipate and kind of reform in the cloud there. But it's one massive cloud, and this funnel is just tearing up the ground and leaving a furrow behind it as it starts to get closer to you. And we'll just kind of essentially, as you come on, move. Why are you gonna do this to me? As you kind of shift along this way, come on. Why is it not? Do we need a line here, please? What is going on with this? Yeah, you're gonna moving down this way here. It is making its way this way. Black line. What's going on here? What are you doing? What's way of being very annoying here?
Do you have
No.
both colors filled in? One needs to be transparent and the other one needs to be not.
I can try. I'm just trying to do something. I don't want to join up with that line. I want to make a new line. Okay. Ignore that. A little extra there. It is shifting and moving, and it will cross your path unless you try to do something about it.
I'll
Lightning,
get out of the path. I'm not gonna get
lightning
hit
starts
by
to
a,
shoot off
I'm
and
not gonna
crackle
get hit by a
around it.
tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We definitely need to
change
try to
course.
avoid it, don't we? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely avoid that.
Okay, so it does start to shift a little bit north. I'm just gonna do this where it kind of goes this way. Oops, what are you doing here? It's going to be very pesky about this. I want to drag the thing. Anyway, it does. It starts to veer north as you kind of avoid heading kind of a little more southeast and shifting a little bit over this way, as it will shift up there. As it does, you will see like chunks of stone start to pelt on the ground, even miles away from it. Just sort of landing and little chunks of rock and clumps of earth will start to rain down all around the vicinity, miles away from it still. You get pelted by some pebbles here and there as it kind of like lands nearby you, but none enough to cause damage. You kind of shift and a slight bruise might pop up there, but nothing to really cause any physical damage to you, as it continues just tearing a line almost verging straight north now. Those of you a little more in tune with magic there, this is not a natural thing. Obviously,
I
figured there. The only thing close to this you saw was the necrotic storm that happened over near Mournhold Tower. But this doesn't have that same type of energy to it. This is more air. As if something from the plane of air ripped forth and is tearing around. It looks and behaves a lot like a massive air elemental. Didn't seem to notice you, didn't seem to continue in your direction there, but now it's just rampaging
So
north.
basically a tear. One of those tears just happened in front of us, and one of those things came out.
Well, I mean, so you saw the storm off in the distance there, so it may have happened, and it's sort of moving in your direction. So it may have formed out that way. Hard to say exactly. You couldn't see exactly where it formed. It just sort of like you saw the gathering of the dark kind of cloud, and then it started moving. So potentially,
And now
yes.
it's moving away from us. We're going
Yep.
south, and it's going north.
Yep. So
is it safe to just let it go off and do its thing?
I'm worried that if we let it go off and do its thing, that it's going to hurt somebody.
Hmm.
How are you going to stop it?
Find the caster who's doing it.
If it's
There
not
is
a
a caster.
caster, if it's
The
a rift
rift.
that's opened and it's come through from the plane of air.
Amethyst has to fill her in on the rift story.
I mean, if she's from here, she's probably experienced it before, hasn't she? Jim?
not necessarily, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, there's just rifts opening from different planes of existence and creatures are coming through. If it's just an air elemental from the elemental plane of air, then it could just, I don't know, it could cause harm.
So looking at what you're seeing out there, it doesn't have the intelligence of an elemental. It's just a force is happening.
Right.
You will see, you can kind of triangulate based there. Roughly here is where it formed, and then started moving, moving in your direction and then veered north as you were moving pretty much from down to here. So, if you kept going straight south, it very likely could have got within range of you. But then, as you sort of veered away from it, it veered north as well. It is not moving with purpose. It's just sort of moving, and you're looking at the ground, and you can see it sort of moving randomly, almost kind of like a spinning top, just tearing across the ground. But it has that. So whatever it is, it's not moving with any kind of form of intelligence.
I feel like if we don't do something about it, we're going to go later on. We're going to find out, like, oh yeah, this whole village was wiped out by this random tornado that appeared. You know, like, I just feel like we're going to regret it if we don't deal with it. Not that I really want to. But
There's really no human villages out here, are there?
who said anything about humans? Why are you talking about humans? Do you know any humans?
Yeah,
So
like poor Oris is like 75% human.
I know, but like, it's just a weird thing for you to say
Yeah,
human when, you know,
non-giant, we'll call it.
most of us are, in fact, all of us are not human.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a human, aren't
So
you?
we all chose the non-human race,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
that is like
Lucas is
80
part human.
80% human population on the continent.
In fact, Sora was part human too, wasn't she?
Not really.
Not really?
That's not how it works with Dragonkin, but it's
Wasn't one of her parents human though?
yes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. She's not actually part human. It's just the way Dragonkin works.
So weird. Just
it
weird.
is. I mean, have you met Sora?
Nope. Never.
He is a bag of weird.
Is you can still see it off in the distance. It is just kind of carrying along there.
We definitely should do something about it.
Maybe it's dispellable if it's a magical effect, or maybe it's just a, I don't know.
It was an elemental, right?
Well, we don't know. If it's not got the intelligence and the purpose of an elemental, then maybe it's just an elemental effect or a magical effect. Let's go find out, for goodness sake.
Okay.
I don't know. What does everybody else think?
I think going and finding out is probably the best bet.
If we can at least work out what it is and which direction it's going, maybe. Like, I don't want to find out that it's gone to the F1 plains and all the caravans are all gone and all my parents are dead. You know? I don't... Because they're just north of here.
All of your parents?
What?
How many parents do you have?
I don't think it's going to go over the mountains.
You don't know.
Tornado.
So?
All right, let's go find out what it is. Because if it is headed north, it is headed away from us and headed toward the others.
It's also headed in the opposite direction that we're going.
All right. Ask Grimbar? Anyone?
Grimbar wants to go find out what it is.
You just let it go.
No, I say let it go.
Oh, let the storm go. Okay.
Let it go.
Now Rob's singing Elsa's song. Great.
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Well,
bite us in the butt later.
So, as I said, this sort of like this also, and I mean, this sort of like takes place. You sort of see off a distance there, and you're moving along, and again, you veer away from it. There, it takes place over hours. It's not like it rushes up on you in a matter of minutes. It's like off in the distance there, and you see it. So you kind of, it takes you, like I said, from here to here, takes you a whole day, even mounted up. You manage to kind of avoid any issues. You don't see any giants roaming in the plains. You don't see anything else. One thing you will spot is that at least kind of off of this, as you kind of get to the hillsides over here, this little tip of the hillside, you will spot some large, dark, hided with some large like creatures lying motionless on the ground out here, off in the distance.
In the plains?
Yes.
Now that
What
we need
kinds of
probably to
creatures?
take a look at.
Um,
But
As
not
you
just
kind of
charge up there.
Yep. So you'll, as you kind of move up there, kind of warily looking there, they don't move, and you will eventually come within sight of large, very large, bison-like things lying on their sides. You can see that they've been blasted by lightning, pelted by rocks and stones. Um,
So they were killed by that tornado. thing.
they were close enough to it, essentially, to get caught in it somewhat.
Are there any babies?
It's
Fresh
a herd.
kills?
It's a
Fresh
herd.
kills?
So
That didn't answer my question.
Fresh meat.
I mean,
So-
there's younger ones. They're maybe not calves, but there's definitely younger ones. They're
Are-
varying sizes and such. You don't see any
Are-
like little tiny
Calves?
foals running around, but yeah, there's definitely
Veal part.
younger
We
ones.
got veal. We got filet mignon.
I mean, these things are the size of a semi truck. Some of
Are they-
the full size ones are massive. There's some smaller ones that are the size of like a good size cargo van. I mean, but there's definitely varying sizes of these things, and there's roughly about 9 of them as you kind of look over there. Yes, there do seem to be tracks of some that ran south. So you can definitely see that some got away from there. It wasn't the entire herd, obviously, but this group of 9 did not make it. So,
And it's
Um,
close to the end of the night or the end of the day.
it's definitely late, early evening. There's
And
still
our
some.
mounts are starting to wane.
Yep, at this point, yeah, you can expend another charge, keep them around. But yes, they're definitely about to run out for you. Run out on you.
All right.
Mine's okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually going to cut live meat up.
Okay.
I'll cut it open and I'll get fresh meat to cook on the fire when we do camp.
You can detect some magic from these things.
Oh, yeah.
Magic detection there. It seems that their hooves, front hooves especially, have a concentration of magic about them. And yes, so it's sort of a natural, nature-based magic of some kind. Yes, you can carve off some meat there, and you don't make any check there. It's. I mean, you're like carving into the side of an elephant. I mean, it's not hard to carve off some meat from this thing.
I
You
guess ask will help and get some hooves.
I look at Athena and I said, fresh buffalo and dwarven meat. Can't beat it.
I'll pull out the ale. I have an alchemy jug. It's full of ale.
And ask you're gonna who's up there?
Yeah, I was going to get some hooves.
Give me a survival check.
Sure.
So
Sorry,
you've got an
I didn't
alchemy
hear you
jug,
talking.
and you chose ale over mayonnaise.
Yeah, because being drunk all the time is best.
I'm actually going to use my inspiration and try for a
Okay.
better roll.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was only 3 better. Oh, come
I mean,
on.
it's enough to so you'll essentially carve out some of the hooves there. You'll actually get a good. The first one you kind of butcher. I mean, and you realize that magic is concentrated only in the front hooves of these things here, and their whole like front legs are structured and reinforced. And you can see that they're but the hooves have the concentration of magic in them. The first one you kind of butcher, it doesn't quite come off properly, but another one you're able to get fairly intact there. It's larger than your head. I mean, it's huge. It's actually for you, it's the size of your it's almost the size of your chest. Um, this thing is here, and it's part of the reason why you're kind of having a hard time. It's hard to carve out something that large and not mess up. If you have get a thunder bison hoof there, and with this, you trying to do the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to help him.
Yeah, you can manage to get a second one off these things there, or with an actually, yeah. So again, it's difficult. You're having trouble kind of using their. Yes, you would get two thunder bison hooves. Not sure what to do with them, but they definitely are have a concentration of thunder-based elemental magic.
We'll see if someone in Port Oris knows what to do with them.
I think
Sure.
Nils would know what to do with them.
I mean, potentially. Or,
Nils knows everything. He's a genius.
So, taking some time, carving off some meat, carving off a few hooves. We'll just say from the 9 fully adult ones. You see, the concentration isn't strong enough in the smaller ones to do full on thunder magic. There's a faint trace of it, and you'll realize that only the male have the thunder, the actual thunder base in their hooves. So of the 9, you will get a total of 4 intact hooves. Yeah, Lucas, it's the size of the thing and trying to work any kind of the skinning knife there. It's impossible to really get a good solid piece that doesn't disrupt the magic in some way or other. So, but yeah, so you get 4 out of the herd there. So 4 thunder hooves, something to put down there. They will have to go to the bag of holding because they are large. They're pretty heavy too. I mean, they're probably weigh about 40 pounds each. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. For now, until I know what's going on with Sora's stuff, I will give the empty bag of holding to Athena and put the stuff in mine.
Okay.
Obviously, she's got the wristband and the coin and stuff, but everything else, until we know what's what,
Sure thing.
you can always dish it out of game.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so it is fully dark by the time you're done doing all of this, and the hills are still. I mean, the hills you kind of moved away a couple of miles out from the hills to where the herd was, and you're able to, so by the time you get back to the hills, with kind of the cover of the hills area, you'll be able to set up a camp, keep an eye there. You don't see any trace in the last fading bit of daylight there. You don't see any trace of the air of the storm, the mobile storm that's out there. But you can definitely see the ground torn up around where the herd was. Just this massive furrow dragged and like pulled through there, like someone just took a trowel and ripped up everything around there. You see lots of debris and everything, all the ground around you here, but you're able to get back to the safety of the hills and camp for the evening. You don't hear any thundering out of the thundering steps that night. It is quiet, much quieter than it was the previous evening.
Oh man!
Essentially, the herd did move on, but they got beyond your distance to hear them currently. But the evening passes quietly. You don't hear or see any specifically see any movement out among the plains across the thundering steps. And morning will rise. You will see the sun crawling up above the horizon. And again, you see these little jutting out hills from the mountains here. The mountains to your left, as you look up the side there, are a little more worn down, a little not quite as high as the mountains further to the north. Um, Although it's a lot of spread out, broad peaks. A bit of some of them, many of them still showing snow up on the very tops of them. But there's a lot more little like hills poking out, these little like spurs that come out from the hillsides there. So, what's your plan? You can't quite see a fortress off in the distance yet, but you definitely are certain you're heading in the right direction.
Should we fly up and have a look if we can see it in the distance?
Yeah, we can fly up. Yeah.
Okay. Give me that. So you heading up there? The rest of you kind of mount up and start heading off?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Moving along, you're able to kind of like using this kind of terrain here, kind of jutting from the hills here to the hills here, and moving to the hills here. Probably about midday, you will see in the hills down here, you will just make out a tower structure and sort of a flat roof. The only thing that really kind of stands out to you is the fact that you can kind of see this little poking out thing. It's a little bit too regular among the hillside and everything else, and you can see kind of this oblongs like line that might represent the roof or the fence line of the fortress that's down there. So you'll see. It's if you can see, and actually, and we'll once you kind of like know what you're looking for, you'll spot sort of a faint plume of smoke up from what maybe a chimney or a forge or a cook fire or something like that. It's hard to tell exactly, but there's a faint plume of smoke in the distance there. Give me perceptions, you two, in the air. Excellent. Good job. Okay. You will spot also that there is what appears to be a quickly moving force. Giants. Hard to tell if they're giants or ogres at this point there because in your high of elevation, they're off in distance there. But they're moving across this way, heading toward the hills here. They're moving kind of in a straight line, moving fast, and directly toward this hillside here. You're about, let's just say, oh, come on. Why don't you let me move you, please? Of course not. We'll just do it this way. You're about here when you spot them. And they are heading across the space over here. They're moving fairly quickly, kind of moving along the ground there. They don't seem to be like they're moving in a direct straight line for those hills. I'm going to do something a little bit different here. Let's just do this. It's a little bit easier for us. I'm going to take, we'll put one moment. So come on, let me zoom in here. You are heading to right about, I'm going to make this smaller and be able to move it. Oh, come on. Why is Roll20 going to be such a pain?
It happens.
Well, won't let me move the token without resizing it. I want to just resize it. I want to move it. So we'll put you there, and we're going to put The giants. Ah! Sorry. Great.
Was that Elia?
No. They're moving there.
I will literally just bite him in a minute.
He's got.
I think it was probably your mom, Grandpa.
Wow, we're moved into your mom jokes.
He just said it was my girlfriend. What do you want me to say?
Wow.
It's not like you know.
Wow.
Okay.
What right for your mom? Grimbar, do you even know your mom?
Ooh.
No, but he knows who his fathers
Shots
are.
fired.
Wow, this Athena is feisty.
Hey. Yeah.
Feisty.
I have been nice all night. She's the one that's been throwing out the claws tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that was my girlfriend, that was rude. I mean, say crap about me, but not her. What's she ever done to you? Not like she scratched you on the back and made you bleed.
Oh,
That
should
was
I?
disturbing.
I have a.
Come on.
I have
What's
an
disturbing?
Hmm?
Have a what? A hat?
I have an axe that I can scratch people with.
You can scratch people with an axe?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole bunch of giants making a do
They are heading for those hills.
Yep.
on as fast as they can.
Yep. And only the guys in the air can see them, so you can pass that along there. You can't see them effectively. And you can make out the fortress kind of right in this little break
They're
right
miles and miles and miles away.
there. Oh yeah, they're basically heading in the direction that you're traveling though.
Grimbar is us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Since I know you, and I assume you guys are kind of flying up ahead, flying up above there, kind of circling around. But they are obviously moving with purpose, moving directly to those hills over there.
I'm assuming we're telepathically being told.
Sure.
Let's
Yes.
go get them. Intercept.
I mean,
How far away
How
are they?
many?
How many are they?
you roll probably in your perception check. There's probably a good like dozen, between 15 to 20, somewhere in there.
We can handle it.
They are. I mean, you're still like 50 miles away from them, and I'm just saying, it's like they are moving there. You are moving up that direction there. You're going to meet somewhere in the middle, depending on how they travel here. But they are moving in your direction.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Some liquid courage, Grimbar. I got some.
I'll never turn it down.
You know it's dwarven ale. Pop the cork, pour some in.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Chug
So-
a bunch.
So it's gonna. So you kind of move. You want to just try to meet up with them?
I say we don't change a course until they get closer. Now we set a trap for them.
Okay. You head south. You're kind of looking across the plains there, kind of this open space between this hillside and this group of hills and this group of hills. And you on the ground do not see them.
Oh, sneakies. We'll tell
They're-
the people up top
they
we
are
don't
not-
see 'em.
Lucas
I
and
will
Amethyst,
get off my horse, and if they're getting, or my ram, whatever it is that I have, and I'm gonna wait, and I know it's only 30 feet, but I'm gonna use tremor sense and all of that stuff.
you're still miles away from the hillside. It's like you should be able to see them, but they haven't come over the hills. But the hills are ahead of
I
you.
see what you're
You're traveling between this hills. They are not coming over the hills to meet you.
Let's go to the top of the hill because the high ground always wins.
Well, Amethyst and Lucas, give me one more perception check. Okay. Amethyst, you sort of lose sight of where they are exactly, but Lucas, you will spot they are literally like getting into the hills and moving into spaces and pulling out crossbows or something. You can kind of zoom in there. At one point, one of them looks up in your direction there and starts to point. As you're flying around overhead there on a big white horse. And they sort of like move and shift and kind of move down into the rocks and move into the various spaces atop the hills, looking down there. Those of you on the ground moving along as you kind of get off and look at the hillside up there, you can't see them coming over the hills. They're just sort of like, you just see the hills up there. Ground perception is getting closer. Give me perception checks.
Perception check.
Nice. Okay. Esk and Grim, you will spot a couple kind of hunkered down in the rocks up on the ridge line there, kind of looking down your direction. Athena, you kind of see some movement, but you can't make out anything specific there. You can't target anyone, but you kind of see some things moving around on the rock up there. Those of you flying above there, you will spot a couple different ones who've taken up vantage points there and are resting crossbows on boulders and leaning over there watching. Two of them are kind of training their weapon up in your direction, not quite in range to shoot at you, but you can see them kind of like tracking you and watching you in the sky. These are not behaving like the ones that you saw before. These obviously, they have crossbows, not throwing javelins and rocks and stuff. And they're oddly looking like they're more skilled in some ways. Because they're actually using tactics, hiding among the rocks. Yes. Those in the ground there. Again, nothing comes. I mean, you're still a good mile or so away. You're not within any kind of a range of anything else, but they are definitely you can spot them, and they're sort of almost a standoffish at this point. There, you realize you're going to have to approach, but you're going to be well in range of the weapons before you're able to charge into them.
Well, ask.
What would you like to do?
Would you like for me to throw you?
A mile?
No. We'll have to do some running jumpy thingies that I can do and then throw him. Or we could just I don't know. Run in.
Hey, what would you like to do? You got
I'd like to just charge in.
Do we have the telepathic link going?
No, but I can cast it if you want. No, we've had a race. There's no point.
We got the wristbands. I'm not so, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can use a wristband to cast it.
Okay. So yes, they are obviously taking up vantage points. They are obviously weapons trained in your direction. They are aware of your presence.
And I'm popping my invisibility on my ring or on my coin.
Okay.
Since they're already aware of my presence and I've already attuned to the ring, can I make Green Blade?
I mean, again, it's melee range. You're a mile away.
Yes, but don't you have to cast it on it and to have it? Wait, hold on.
It's an attack essentially.
It's a part of the action. But guys, maybe these guys are not actually bad. Maybe because they're different. Maybe it's they're just normal hill giants.
They just came from the fortress and they're intercepting us. They obviously know we're coming. They've probably been scrying on us.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
These are like guards, elite guards or something. Trained.
Well, remember, you were told by some of the guys you were into here, Rostra, is the chief who's like all in charge of like the scouts and everything else. These are likely the scouts that she's in charge of. So they are behaving like scouts, or like they are not behaving like thug soldiers.
Mhm.
But yeah, you can spot
keeping communications. I'm gonna start approaching and moving off to one side. I'm gonna ease myself, and I'm gonna be slow and stealthy, but I can do it within an hour easily.
Yeah, I mean it's a mile, so you essentially, yeah, you can essentially move across there. Give me a stealth check just to make sure you don't like kick up any dust or anything else. Yeah, no, green flame blade is basically it's an attack. You can jump from one to the other. So essentially,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Hunter's Mark. That's cool. I got it.
Oh, are we getting together to cast telepathic bond before everyone starts wandering off? You have to be within 30 feet to cast it down.
I did say that.
Okay, so you guys swoop together, cast the bond, swoop apart. That's fine. And then you go off and do your thing. That's fine. So, and you can do that at any point along the approach there as you start seeing things going on. Because I assumed you had it because I thought you were reporting to them what you were seeing from the air. So yeah, no worries.
I guess we would have cast it before. I mean,
you had plenty of time
to have it on when we know something's there.
Yeah, you had plenty of time. Yes, you could have swooped down there, done the thing, and they have to get. We'll retroactively.
Sorry, I moved a little too fast. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
And I can still report from the air as long as I'm not higher than 30 feet. I can still.
Well, telepathic bond.
Telepathically speak to somebody.
Oh,
else
sure, yeah.
Within 30 feet of me. So.
Right. Grim, you start to get closer. Obviously, you kind of so as Grim is invisible, so it's heading forward. What are the rest of you doing? Are you all approaching as well, or are you hanging back, watching what happens, or what's the plan?
I'm gonna approach with him.
Well, you can't see him; he's invisible.
Oh, I know that, but I'm still going to approach.
Okay, so you start moving across there, watching and see what's there. Okay. Just one sec here. Let me pull this up.
I'll cast invisibility as well.
Okay, just straight up invisibility, normal.
Yeah,
less than an hour. Okay, cool. Okay, so you poof away. Okay.
I think I should probably be invisible also.
Okay, so the two in the air go invisible. You will see the ones that were kind of looking what you guys are. They start looking around wildly, sort of like trying to see where you went as you disappeared. They don't seem to be able to track you specifically.
I only have greater though. Sorry.
You only have greater?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. It lasts for a minute.
Amazing.
Oh yeah. Oh. I'll probably wait then, because that's okay.
All right. So
I can't use my see invisibility just in case though. Not the spell, the other thing.
Okay.
You know the thing. Revelation in flesh.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're not spotting anything invisible currently. And everyone's just sort of they're just sort of hiding among the rocks. And from your vantage point there, you can definitely see them. I mean, they're somewhat hidden. They're definitely have cover. As you approach there, Grim. With that still check there, you don't kick up any dust. You're able to move. You definitely get within at sort of the base of the hills. Like they're uphill from you, so you're going to go up the hill to get to them. You're probably a good 200 yards away at this point there. So you're probably within bow shot range, but actually no, your bow range is 350 feet, 300 feet for your short bow.
320.
Yeah, so you're twice your range out. So 200 yards. So 320 is a little over 100 yards. So yeah. So you're getting within range, and you're kind of picking out targets among the rocks there. It's hard to see how many are there exactly, but they all have weapons trained and moving along there. Verify one thing real fast here. Let's see here. Okay. Athena and Esk, how close are you getting? How are you approaching? So you start kind of getting definitely the ground is rising. It's sort of slightly going uphill there, but you can see them you spot a couple of them in the hill there. They're not flinching. They just have crossbows trained on you.
Yeah, that's totally what I'm doing. We're both just gonna go Leroy Jenkins on this because my stealth is crap, and there's no point in me trying to do that. They already know where we're at.
Okay. Lucas, you're invisible. Amethyst,
Ask, are you
you're
on my
sort of
shoulder?
I'm X is faster than you.
I know he is.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
just
I
Secret
see.
gonna,
whispers.
I'm
Secret
just gonna
whispers.
stay low for now.
Sure. Okay.
Try to keep out
All
of
right.
the way.
All right. Well, in that case, let me do one thing real fast here. Let me clear this out. Don't do anything yet. So the two of you rushing up there. At let's see. So you're going to be moving. How fast? How fast is your move?
My movement speed is 30
Okay, so you can
and
move 30.
dashing is
So
60.
you move 60. Okay. So, Grim, you will see them sort of running up the hillside. The crossbows all come up. They all kind of snap to the ready. They're all ready to go. Lucas and Amethyst up above there. You can see, yes, they are aiming crossbows there. At about, we'll just call it here.
I did just say I was going to keep low and try and have as much cover as possible because I can't be invisible yet.
Right. I mean, what I'm saying is that you see them charging up the hillside. Crossbows all snap in their direction there. When you say low, you're on the ground, or you're just trying to like hang back out of range.
Yeah, out of range for now. Just
Okay.
just keep low, like trying to take a bit of cover from the rocks and stuff, mountains.
They're in the cover. Like is the
Right.
idea. Like if you want to get in the cover, you're going to be down where they are.
Right.
So
If I see them charging, I'm going to cast on myself again.
Okay.
I swap my invisibility for greater invisibility.
Okay. So Lucas appears briefly and then winks out again. Okay. So what's going to happen here is they're getting a number of rounds of shots on you as they're firing and they're pretty much all firing at the people that they can see and reach with their weapons. Grim, we'll kind of do this here. Let's go ahead and have everyone do. Let's just, we'll kind of. Let me swap these out. Let's go and do. And as you see closer now, you can see they're all ogres. But lean and wearing actual.
Ask wanted to kind of like wait till if the spellcasters start hitting, then I'm not really planning on running directly into crossfire.
I mean, that's what Athena's doing.
That's what Athena is doing. She is running right into crossfire. Yep. Just chugging along. Her enormous legs. And when she gets close enough, she's going to jump and attack.
Darn it. Okay. This thing is being dumb. Okay. I want two more of you. Okay. They are all kind of spread out on the ridge here. Basically, we're kind of doing this here a little more abstract here, somewhat theater of the mind, but also somewhat we have a range here. So let's go ahead and do some initiatives and just see how badly this goes.
Oh, we have to put our tokens on the map.
Oh yeah, but bring them out there. That's fine. We get these guys off of here, so you're not. Well, all right. Well,
Whoa, we got big.
Yes.
Can I stay that size? Because that's pretty cool.
No.
A little smaller. You don't need to be small, but like smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So and
mini face.
S. Okay. So effectively, you're going to put you guys down here. Graham, you were sneaking up on the side. You guys are flying up ahead, overhead. So,
Ah,
sorry, I'm just trying to arrange you guys here. Grim, I think you were moving out ahead, right? So you're not going to be charging up with them next to them, are you?
Correct. I was a little ahead of them, but I also want to I'm keeping an eye, not so much, but an eye on them. But when I fire, I don't know if you've seen it. I'm looking, and as whatever they're doing, when I fire, it's going to be at one pointing up in the air at Lucas or Amethyst.
All right. So effectively, what's going to happen here is since Amethyst is staying out of range, and you're invisible, and Lucas is invisible, all the shots are coming to you two initially. Now the first round,
Bring it on.
Did
I
mine?
rage before we
Did
get
mine?
there.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, Grimbar.
I will be
Yes.
casting greater invisibility as soon as we get into turn order as well, because
Okay, 1 sec here.
I did it when Lucas said.
Okay, we're just gonna do it this way. These ogres are more dexterous. They are leaner. They are meaner, and they have crossbows. So we're just gonna do it this way. We're just gonna fire out. Use d20s here. So, first round of attacks on you guys, as they are prepped and ready for you, shooting down the hill at you. We'll go 5 and 5. Yep.
Who's the first
1.
5 and who's the second 5?
The first 5 are on you there. So
Okay.
1. Sorry, no. They're adding into this here, so it's going to be 24, 19. Yeah, plus 6. No. 24. 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's the first 5. So 3 hit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be for a total of 3d10. So 19 piercing damage as it thuds into you.
Oh,
Yes.
darn.
Yes, you can rage as you're running up there. That's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, they all rolled terrible on you. Look at that.
None of them hit.
Yep. They all kind of thud past you. Okay. So first round of arrows as you close the distance there. They are very quickly, rapidly reloading those crossbows and firing again. We're just going to go ahead and make this easy and do it this way. That won't work. Never mind. Sorry. So, because we're running a little time here, I want to kind of paint the picture of this. As arrows are thudding in and around you, Grim, you are sneaking up on there. You can kind of see there is this wave of 10 all put up in the rocks there. And you kind of creep on the side there, staying invisible, staying stealthy. You will spot that there are 5 more kind of hanging out in the back around the other, like kind of away from there, all kind of hunkered down on the rocks there. They don't have their crossbows out, but they are all sort of waiting, obviously. Amethyst is stepped away for a moment there, but Amethyst is kind of keeping an eye up of you there. Lucas, they are all spread out on the ridgeline here, kind of be able to fire from various directions. Very intelligently using cover and spreading out. They're not blocking each other, not getting each other line of fire, and they're also definitely keeping a distance from each other.
Right,
You could probably
yeah.
catch 2 in a fireball, maybe 3 if you find just the right positioning there, but definitely are not able to catch more than 2 or 3 possible unless we hit a fireball at a time.
That's what I'll try to do. Yeah.
Okay, so as you approach, and Esk and Athena thudding your way up the hillside, crossbow bolts flying at you, a few landing home, a few sticking into you. Esk, you got you can catch missiles, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm catching all of the ones that like make it to me.
Yeah, so essentially you take a few little, like a couple little scrapes as they wing you and kind of scatter off there, scratching you a little bit because you're raging. You catch and snap arrows in the air. I think you're just sort of thudding up there. A few sticking in you, a little bit of blood, but you don't care.
Matches the wardrobe.
Grim, you've positioned yourself up on the side there, easily being able to kind of. Do you want to go for a melee on these guys or range? Try to pick them off range wise. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
I'm going to take my first shot because it's a free one. My bow is
Sure.
already out and ready.
Yep.
So, as you know, I know there's one looking up. She said she was casting invisibility, but I'm going to hit him when he's unaware.
Sure.
If there was one aiming at Amethyst. If
Sure.
not, I'll just take the next one.
Okay, so essentially, yeah, one of the ones on the side there is kind of is tracking there, and this is staying out of range. And so while he's completely oblivious to you, you will just thud, just right in the neck, and drops. And I mean, again, this is all sort of planning. This is again more cinematic effect than anything else here. Lucas raining one fireball down another there. You start to soften up a few of them on the side over here, easily able to kind of keep peppering them. They try to scramble and spread apart, so your first one catches 3, your last one's able to catch 2 maybe, and then they're spreading out. They're kind of moving it and trying there. Unfortunately, it also leaves them a little bit more open to range attacks and everything else. The two of you barrel in, and as they are and just bounding over the rocks and getting right up on them, they pull out hatchets, so basically hand axes or battle axes, and try to fend you off. But they're just not able to do enough damage in this initial round of attacks as you get out on them. Amethyst, what would you like to be doing from up above there as your allies have made their way in?
Can't hear. She's working on it.
Okay.
She's got fast clickety clocks.
Yep. Still not there. So okay, tell Robbie you can pass it along.
She put it in the chat that she would be fireballing.
Okay, so all right, so twin fireballs are now at this point there. Eventually, you're going to kind of, as they kind of move away from your fireballs, because they start ending up in Amethyst on the side there, and you're kind of funneling them all sort of into the middle, where Athena and Esk are doing their work. Grim, as you're visible again, you can kind of plow your way in as well, stabbing and working your way through here. What ends up happening is about as the tide quickly turns, these guys, they're firing normal crossbows, and while they outnumber you, it's not for long because of the fireballs and because of the initial attacks, the concentrated fire. You start basically taking these guys down quickly. 3 of the 5 in the back will just take off running, just gone. They just start sprinting back the way they came.
I'm going to chase them down because he's got 90-foot movement.
Exactly. So yeah, even though they're running and dashing, you're able to keep up with them easily and keep them in range. You're able to eventually pick them off with whatever magics you want to or anything else. Yeah. And Esk, yeah, you can take off of them as well, kind of peeling past them again with your step of the wind. You can keep up with them as well. It does not take long to dispatch the majority of these guys. If anyone you want to leave alive for questioning, you can. I'll leave it up to you. Is there anyone you want to leave, or you want to just wipe them all out?
Let's wipe them all out.
Okay.
That's Athena saying it.
I mean,
they obviously know we're coming.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to be prepared at least if you're heading this way. And some point somebody spotted, but you can find out for sure. Lucas, Lucas and Esk are running down the ones who were heading back the way they came. Do you want to grab one of them, or do you want to just take them out?
I think we'll grab one of them. Yeah, try
Okay.
to.
All right. So, in that case, you kind of pin one to the ground. Essentially, your Pegasus kind of standing on its back. Esk, as you finish off 2 of the 3 that ran, you have one there on the ground there with you. So the 2 of you can ask whatever questions while the battle finishes up behind you.
I'm
What
sure
do you
Ask
want to
can,
find out?
Ask can knock him unconscious and we just drag his unconscious body back to the rest of them.
Sure, that works. You bring the last ogre. The one thing with these ogres is, while they are still as tall as ogres, they still look stronger. They are definitely leaner and different body type than the rest. A few of them obviously are leaner, also because they're female, and so it's the first female ogres you've actually run into specifically. The rest are just all sort of like more lean muscle than massive bulk. The ogres are normally. You drag the one back there. They're all actually clad in fairly well-fitted, well-made leather armor, wearing crossbows, having axes instead of just clubs and rocks and crude javelins. But you have one of the ones who ran. What would you like to find out from this one here? As they come to, they sort of look at you glaring.
We have to. What? We have to stop you from being here. No, none can approach.
I mean,
you failed.
Hmm.
Who sent you out?
This one was just sort of glare at you, like,
No, won't speak.
Was it Rostra?
insight. The passive insight will see them kind of eyes widen, like, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't know that name. Others have talked, haven't they? You are just not. You're ruining everything.
I'm going to telepathically say, we don't need people to talk. We can read your minds, you idiots.
Just sort of like their mouths closed, they just sort of like glare at you, and you will get the most vile images in your mind all of a sudden of what these people will do to you and what's left of you. It is vivid and horrible. Give me a wisdom saving throw. Just because you're in there with their mind here as it's sort of like suddenly.
Is it against being frightened?
Not so much more, but more against being disgusted. Yeah, you sort of like clamp down, like cut off any visual images that are coming through almost immediately. As nope. And you're just sitting there glaring at you, and it's just like, yep.
Can I send him one back of me doing the same thing to him as I did
if
to
you
that?
want to.
You remember that guy that I basically just like crushed his brain with my brain? I just wanted him to see that now, because that's just.
It sort of happened internally. It didn't really happen like physically. So like you sort of like cause a lot of discomfort as he's like, this is all sort of out there, and he sort of like twitches and like glares up at you, trying to resist it there, and kind of like.
You said his brain exploded, Jem. So I mean.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. yeah, essentially, if you eventually, if you go leading up to that, it was just sort of like nothing happened and then pop. So you want to see the pop. It's like they sort of like flinch back all of a sudden and look up at you with a little more. Let's just see. Oh, just glaring at you like they're just stirred, but they're not like afraid. Just sort of like no. Like at this point, sort of like there's definitely like you have made them afraid in some way, but also disturbed.
You, you all, you cannot survive against our leaders and our mages and our allies.
Most of your mages are already dead.
No, I don't think so.
Uh,
You only meet the ones in the field, the ones that are out there. The ones here are much more dangerous.
So are we.
Hmm. Yeah. Ask asks who are our allies.
Um,
Their allies, sorry.
so just sort of like glances over at the kobolds and down at the kobold, and
No, I will not. I will not tell you. You should find out on your own. It'll be very, very enjoyable for you.
Can I detect thoughts on that?
if you want to start delving in, um,
Yeah.
there's what you pick up surface thoughts from this one almost immediately is that these are there's definitely fear of these allies that they speak of. Not getting any specific images automatically. It's more just like there's they have fear of whatever these things are. I mean, see again, if you push deeper, you bypass that, no problem there. And sort of push into his mind, and you will see demons, fiends,
Mm.
things very similar to what you fought in the Wizards Guild when they poured through that gate.
Mm-hmm.
They are you only see flashes of them. You're not in their presence. Like this person, as in their memories, has not been in front of them, or they're just caught fleeting images of them, of like red skin and claws and horns and teeth and wings and barbed tails and all kinds of like, and they've not gotten in. They haven't spent time in their presence. Let's just say, but they know what's there. Also get a picture, an image of Rosra, a very oddly lean and like curvaceously built hill giant female
Oh, okay.
who's definitely not like she's standing taller than everyone else there, but she is dressed in like very well fitted leather, and has essentially crossbows on her hips, two of them.
She has the physique to fit the leather.
Exactly. Yes. You're
Can I
like, whoa,
recreate that image with a minor illusion and say thank you for the information?
sort of like
Grimbar. Grimbar. It's
yes.
all
So
Grimbar's fault.
you will see the image that she creates there as a minor illusion. They're like, whoa, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The leather
Um,
to fit the physique. Good Lord, Grimbar.
So, yeah. Essentially,
I
at
was
that
just
point, he's sort of like,
explaining what he was trying to explain in simple terms.
um, he will at that point sort of like, no, no. And he's just sort of like trying to clamp down, push you out of his head unsuccessfully. So basically, like, you start getting other images. You will see also a image of a very large, fat Jabba the Hutt-esque hill giant, who's like lounging on a throne. Think kind of Jabba the Hutt mixed with Baron Harkonnen from Dune, sort of that
Mm.
roll, like greasy food. Like, yeah, rather
Got it.
like,
Got it.
there you go.
Got it.
That's the image in
Good.
your mind there. Much less pleasant and also there.
Uh-huh.
Well, they need to die because that was just gross.
Hmm. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing because I love winding these little people
Yeah,
up.
he just sort of at this point he knows, he understands what you're doing at least. He's just sort of, and then just starts to think over. He actually then just starts to like look like he's just staring at a wall, just like he's just like trying to remember looking at a wall. And so service thoughts are just like gone blank to you, but you're just able to delve into whatever you want and inside there. There's not much. There's not a lot. He remembers training. He remembers scouting. He remembers like moving across the woods, doing hunting parties, just all the kinds of things you would expect like a scout type person, a scout slash hunter to do.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
and then the humans came
Oh.
with orders.
There's
The
human.
the robed, cloaked figures that started
Right.
to tell the chief fob what to do, who started to present plans, and then the demons came soon after. And then the resurrections and the raised dead started happening, and those that went out and were killed were brought back, and the fighting began. And you just start seeing all of this, like as you push back, almost in reverse of these things happening, to when it was just a simpler time of just ranging and hunting and doing typical things a scout might be doing. Occasional skirmishes with other things, with other tribes of hill giants potentially. Occasional forays up into the mountains to harass the dwarven outposts or the stone giant areas or the other places, but nothing this messed up. And with that, with whatever you decide to do with this poor scout who's delved all
Ask
this
hit him in the
information,
face.
punch him in the face. And yes, as he was fairly injured already and dragged back up here, Esk just crushes his skull. Well, more like, since it's bigger than Esk, there just kind of punches in there, cracks the skull open there, and kind of pulps the meat inside a little bit there, and he drops silent.
Mhm.
And with that information, and those of you looking over the hillside, you can definitely see from here to here. You can make out definitely the plumes of smoke from the fires there, as it is,
Mm.
as the chimneys and fires and cook fires and everything else like that are often there. You can make out the large palisade structure, the wall around the squat, like long buildings. As you can see the steading of the hill giant chief off in the distance. And we'll come back next time. We'll pick up from there and see what you want to do with this place. But
What time of day is it?
it's late afternoon. This all kind of happened. It's probably around 4 o'clock or so. So when we pick up there, it'll be around that time, near dinner time, as you guys decide what you want to do, heading toward this place. But that'll be for next time. So, as always, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for playing. Those of you watching out there now and in the future, thanks for hanging out with us. Next time, drinks around us. We'll see you again real soon. Have fun, folks.